Councillor Hickey.
Seconds. All right, we'll call this general committee meeting to order. Welcome, everyone. Thanks for being here this evening. We start our meeting with the following land acknowledgement that we respectfully acknowledge that we are on the treaty and traditional territory of the Mississauga and Anishinaabe. We offer our gratitude to the First Peoples for their care for and teachings about our earth and our relations. May we honor those teachings. We'll now take 30 seconds to reflect. We stand for the singing of the national anthem. And the Council for the City People recognizes the principles contained in the Constitution, Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Adoption of minutes, August 5th, 2025. Councillor Vassiliadis, any comments or questions, errors or omissions? We'll take a vote. And Councillor Hickey is joining us virtually this evening. Councillor Hickey, can you get into eScribe? Councillor Burke, are you in eScribe? Are you okay with the minutes? Councillor Burke's a yay.
I'm a yay.
Councillor
I thought I
Hickey's
was
a
in
yay.
eScribe, but no luck.
And that is carried. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, can you disclose your pecuniary interest this evening?
Mr. Chair, I see none at this time.
All right. Colleagues, I just want to throw out something for your consideration. It's up to you. We have 3 presentations this evening. The third presentation, verbal audit findings from the auditor, that's about a 5-minute presentation. Would council be comfortable moving that up to be the first item this evening, given it's 5 minutes, and that way the auditors can get things done? So moved by Councillor Baldwin to move the verbal audit findings report for December 31st, 2024 up to our first agenda. So we'll need 2/3. So we'll take a vote on that. Thank you, Councillor Baldwin. Yeah. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just for my colleague, just to be, it's moved by Councillor Baldwin that the order of the agenda be adjusted to start with item 12C. That'll be a 2/3 vote.
And Councillor Hickey's a yay. Mine came through and I voted, but I don't think the votes are coming through. Okay, we can maybe reset it. Is that possible? And that is carried. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Councillor Baldwin. All right, so committee members, let's move to our consent agenda. Let me know if you'd like to speak to any of the following items. 13A, alternative voting methods for 2026 municipal election. Anyone wishing to speak to that? Seeing none. 13B, Treasurer's Report 2024, Financial Report. Anyone wishing to speak to that? Councillor Burke. 13C, Audit of 2024 Consolidated Financial Statements of the City of Peterborough. Anyone wishing to speak to that? Seeing none. 13D, Development Charge Reserve Funds 2024. Anyone wishing to speak to that? Seeing none. 13E, Updated Citywide Development Charges. Anyone wishing to speak to that? Mayor Leal. 13F, Cash in Lieu Parking Policy. Anyone wishing to speak to that? Councillor Royal. So for consent this evening, 13A, 13C, 13D, moved by Councillor Vassiliadis. We'll take a vote. Councillor Hickey's a yay. And that is carried. All right, so our first item will be a presentation, verbal audit findings report. I know it's going to be quick, so Sparks, welcome. Good to see you and your team, and thank you for being here this evening.
Thank you very much for having me, and I won't take much of your time. I'm Joanna Park. I'm the engagement partner on the city audit. For those of you who I've met, I'm pretty sure I have. And with me here tonight is Richard Steginga, who many of you know is the engagement partner for Peterborough Housing Corporation, Fairhaven, and the Health Unit. And I also have Dwayne Potter, the senior manager of the engagement of the audit of the city. We issued a clean auditors report, as you saw in your package today, which is good. That's what you would expect to see. The audit went as planned, and we want to thank management and the entire finance team for all their cooperation during the audit. As you can see from our letter in the agenda package, we have no management letter points and no matters that we feel need to bring to council's attention. So that's what you'd like to see. There was 3 new accounting policies adopted this year, which your team deemed that there would be no impact to your financial statements. We assessed that. And we looked at it and we agreed with your team's assessment. So other than that, that was the only unique thing this year. Other than that, clean auditor's opinion. And we thank you very much for having us.
Thank you very much. Less than 5 minutes. Perfect. Any questions for the presenter? Thanks so much for you and your team and all your hard work.
Thank you.
So just a motion to receive. Councillor Degay, we'll take a vote. And that is carried. Thank you, everyone. So with that, we do have a 1 item this evening under the Planning Act. So I'll pass it over to the Chair of Planning, Councillor Purnell. Councillor Purnell.
Thank you, Chair Beamer. And welcome to everybody in chambers and to our overflow room and who are joining us online. We do know that this is a very important topic to many, many people. Many of you may not have been in council chambers before, so I'd like to go over some of the expected decorum. We do expect people to be polite and respectful all around. That includes everyone. You may have seen in the past, if you disagree with somebody, we don't cheer or boo or heckle. If you don't like something, give us a thumbs down. If you like something, give the speaker a wave, okay? That is always appreciated, and we can see you. Okay, we are talking about a rezoning application this evening, and we need to stick as closely as possible to land use matters, not really site plan, not any personal information about developers or neighbors or anything like that. Keep it, please, as close as you can to land use criteria. When you come to the mic, and here's a big one. If you agree with, give a wave. Please do not keep repeating the same point over and over again, or we'll all be here very, very long this evening. So that's a respectful way to conduct yourselves this evening, please. And we will do the same. We have to follow the same rules. When you come to the mic, please state your name and address for the public record. This is a public meeting, a statutory public meeting under the Planning Act. You will be given 5 minutes, and I will do my best. If there's a pause there, to give you a little bit of warning around the 1 minute mark to let you know you're coming up on your time. There will be an opportunity for questions of clarification by members of committee, council, about your presentation. We are not to debate you. It's questions of clarification only. Okay, so we also start our evening off with a staff presentation. And for this staff presentation, we have our land use planner, Mr. Nolan Drum. And sir, if you could please come to the podium and give us your expert opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Mayor, members of General Committee. I'll just do a brief introduction of the application you're going to debate tonight. The property is 90 Hunter Street East, aisle Z2507. The owner of the property is the Board of Trustees for Mark Street United Church. The applicant is TVM Mark Street Inc. So TVM and the church are working together, and their agent bringing the application forward is Kent Randall from EQView Consulting Services Inc. The lot area is about half a hectare with approximately 60 meters of frontage on Mark Street and Hunter Street. So it's about 200 feet of frontage on Mark Street and Hunter Street. The current use of the property is a church, and the accessory use is related to the church in that multi-purpose room. The proposed use is a mixed-use high-rise building on the west side of the property where the existing multi-purpose room is. The east side of the property will remain as a church with a new multi-purpose building built to the north. Just highlighting the location of the property in yellow here along Hunter Street East. You can see just the number of amenities in this area. You got James Stevenson Park, Immaculate Conception School, Peterborough Theatre Guild, Coate East City Public School, Rotary Trail, and the Otonabee River. It's as a East City born and raised, it's really the perfect neighborhood. Here are some views of the property. On the top, you've got the view from Hunter Street looking north. That's generally in the area where the proposed building would go. On the bottom is the view from Mark Street looking west. Here's a couple streetscape photos. On the left, you've got looking east along Hunter Street, and on the right, you've got looking west along Hunter Street. The proposal is to rezone the property from the current PS2 14HF Public Service District into a split zoning district, which would allow the mixed-use high-rise development to be on the west side of the property and the church on the east side. Split zoning now, which would follow the proposed line of severance. So once all the processes are completed, if they're completed, each side will have one zoning district. So the west side is proposed to be zoned to a C6 with site-specific exemptions to implement development standards that correspond to the proposed development. Included in this proposed development, I just want to make note, because it's not something we see very often, is that the applicant is proposing an enhanced visitor parking component that would be privately owned, at least at this point, privately owned, but made available to the public. We hear a lot of concerns over the years about the availability of parking and accessing the businesses on Hunter Street East. This would allow a parking structure in this area that's available to the public. The east side would retain that PS2 public service district, site-specific exemptions to kind of recognize the smaller lot fabric that the church would be on after the severance is approved. And it would facilitate a new multi-purpose area for the church on the north side of the building. The proposal would also remove the F suffix, which is associated with flooding hazards. So this was implemented back in, I think, 2019, the last time it was rezoned to facilitate the severance of 2 properties to the north of the church. At the time, there was a floodplain in the area, but with the city's works on the Curtis Creek, the floodplain no longer applies in East City. Here are some concept drawings of the property. So you got a couple of oblique angles from the front and from the rear. The one showing from the rear, you can see the addition on the church. So kind of in the current green space between the church and the parking lot. You got a view looking north from Hunter Street East. On the left side, on the right side, you see a bit of the streetscape. The setback at the ground floor of the proposed building is the same as the church to maintain that so the church doesn't get overwhelmed at street level from the proposed building. On the left side of this one, you can see the proposed multi-purpose area for the church. And then on the right is just another streetscape drawing. So staff departments and agencies have reviewed the application, and it's supported by the Provincial Planning Statement 2024. It conforms with the city's official plan. It meets directives of council's strategic plan for developing mixed-use neighborhoods and supporting opportunities for multimodal transportation. And it will assist the municipality in reaching its housing pledge to provide 4,700 units by 2031. The applicant held a public open house at Mark Street United Church last June. It was attended by approximately 60 individuals. And public notice of this meeting was provided in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act. So notice was provided by mail to all landowners within 120 meters of the property. It was published in the Peterborough Examiner, and it was published on our city website. In response to the circulation, several individuals have been in contact with staff, and for the most part, correspondence was in opposition or expressing concerns about the proposal. So I'm not going to go into the details. It's all in the report, but the recommendation from staff is to rezone the property from the current PS with exceptions to a split zoning to facilitate the development of the mixed-use building on the west side and the church with the addition on the east side. Staff are also proposing a holding symbol on the west side of the property to implement the completion of the archaeological assessment on the property. So they have done stage 1 and 2. It recommended a stage 3, so it'll just make sure that that is done. It'll also implement some recommendations of the heritage impact assessment that were more design related that we couldn't implement through zoning regulations. And it would implement the requirement for a landscaping plan. So there had been some discussions through Bill 17 about, things that the province may remove from requirements. And one of those was landscaping plans. And we wanted to ensure that that's covered in the H. So if it does get taken away, that it's still in the bylaw so we can work on that buffering between the rear of the proposed building and the low-rise residential developments to the north. The H would be removed once the conditions are fulfilled. So that's the extent of my presentation. If there's any questions, clarification, I'll take them.
Thank you, Mr. Drum. We do have 4 speakers lined up so far. Councillor Baldwin, you can lead off, please, and then Councillor Riel.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and Mr. Drum, thank you for your presentation. Nolan, as you can appreciate, Councillor Riel and myself, we had a lot of dialogue with neighbors, emails, telephone calls, et cetera, and it's kind of ramped up over the weekend and as late as about 3 o'clock today. And certainly, Councillor Riel and myself, we appreciate the input from the residents, most of whom are from the village of Ashburnham. We did get some people who called from different jurisdictions within in the city of Peterborough. Just for the benefit of the people who are here and perhaps listening at home, are you able to briefly take us through the planning process from concept to where we are today? There's a lot of misconceptions out there. I'm just wondering, one of them is, for example, a mandatory public meeting. And I know that's a courtesy by the builder that we held in June, but some people have put in their notes to us it's mandatory. They've also suggested to the councillor and I that when the concept changed from 10 stories to 17, they should have gone back to the public and had more public consultation. That wasn't done. So just wonder if you could speak to the process so we're all kind of going from the same page.
Thank you, Mr. Drum, please.
Through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor, and yeah, I guess to start off, I do want to empathize with the surrounding neighbors. Obviously, some people will experience impacts more than others. So just because we're recommending approval doesn't mean that we don't empathize with the concerns that the neighbors do have. Typically, a typical development application will start with some preliminary discussions with an applicant, which leads to a pre-consultation meeting, which is where they present and we kind of outline our laundry list of studies to support the application. Depending on that can change depending on where and what it is, because the impacts will be different. As part of that list, we request that they hold an open house or do a mailer depending on the scale of the development. So that's not, like, as you said, that's not required. Really, this meeting is the only one that is required. But we do like the applicant to bring developments to the neighborhood first. So they will submit an application. So they'll get their list of studies. They'll submit an application to the planning department. And then we will circulate that kind of far and wide to all of our city departments and agencies, ORCA, engineering, transportation, forestry, public works. Like, everyone's getting their eyes on this. School board, I heard school board related comments a lot. Through that review process, we're getting comments from all of these departments and agencies that we're consolidating into a letter. We're providing that to the applicant and their team, and really then it's in their court to address it or not address it and explain why. But the proposal can change in that time depending on what the comments are. But they're not necessarily required to go back to the public. We don't necessarily require them to go back to the public every time something changes with their proposal. So that kind of submission comment can go back and forth a few times. And then once all city departments and agencies are satisfied that we're comfortable with the technical aspects of an application, then we bring it forward to a public meeting.
So thank you very much for that. Go through the chair when I gather my thoughts here, Madam Chair. Just bear with me for a minute, please. Mr. Drum, were there any was there much discussion between you and the proponent, or the planning department and the proponent, when it went from a 10-story proposal to a 17-story proposal. The feedback again that the Councillor Riel and myself through the chair heard was that there absolutely should have been another public consultation meeting when the scope of that changed from 10 stories to 17. And so I'm just wondering what dialogue there might have been between you and the proponent when you found out, or there was another amendment to the original zoning application. Was there much dialogue with respect to TVM and the planning department of the city?
And there's 1 minute left in this session.
Through the chair to the councillor, there wasn't really much discussion on necessarily going back and holding a formal open house session. There had been people that had been in contact with in the neighborhood sharing information. I don't think it's any surprise that information made it to the neighborhood. It just wasn't in that formal setting.
Thanks for that. And Madam Chair, that's all I have for now for Mr. Drum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Baldwin. Councillor Riel.
Through the chair to Mr. Drum, thank you very much for being here. A statement has been made to me several times by the proponent that this was your idea, not staff's idea, to go from 10 stories to 17 stories. Can you shed some light on that?
Through the chair to the councillor, one of the comments that we heard at the open house. So the original proposal was 10 stories, but there was a 9-story component that went pretty far north, abutting the low-rise residential component. So one of the comments that we did make was, if they could pull that in to limit the massing against those adjacent properties, and because there is no height limit on this area in this designation, like they could compensate what they were moving from the rear onto the front, but we didn't tell them a certain number of stories.
Chair, thank you very much for clarifying that, because it's been told to me twice in 2 meetings with the proponent that this wasn't his idea, this was staff's idea. Can you tell me if when there was a change from 10 stories to 17 stories, why a new shadow impact study wasn't done? Because now you have a building that's not 10 stories, but 17 stories tall.
Through the chair to the councillor, there was an updated shadow impact study done. It might have been buried in another report instead of a standalone document, but it was completed. Just to kind of give you a high level summary of the results, because it's a taller but narrower building, the shadow does move through the sky faster. So more people would be impacted by shadow by nature of it being a taller building, but they would be impacted by a shorter amount of time. But this shadow study was completed.
Through the chair to Mr. Drum, can you tell me why a new stormwater management or functional service wasn't implemented with a 17-story buildings as opposed to a 10-story building?
Through the chair to the councillor, there was an updated functional servicing report and stormwater management report done for the second submission. That would have been the 17-story building. Those studies don't necessarily have much to do with the height. It's more building coverage in terms of stormwater management and unit count for the functional servicing report. So as far as the stormwater management report is concerned, the building footprint didn't necessarily change that much. They did look at the additional units on the water and sanitary system. These studies at zoning are just preliminary, so the detailed studies will be done at site plan approval if this is approved.
Chair to Mr. Drum, can you tell me why a new traffic and impact study wasn't done about parking in this area?
Through the chair to the councillor, there was an update to the traffic impact study.
All the 3 things I've asked for, Mr. Drum, I don't mean to get argumentative with you. Why isn't in our report? Because I can't find it. So you say that all these changes have been made and implemented and talked about, but I don't find them in my report and what I'm reading.
Mr. Drum, please.
Through the chair to the counselor, it's typical of how we've done reports in the past to just list every single report that's done at the outset. We haven't in the past listed every report that's done through second, third, fourth, fifth submissions. It's not to say that we usually put a little summary paragraph on second submission covered these things, but if that's something that council wants to see moving forward, is something that we consider updating our template.
Chair to Mr. Drum, you made a couple of comments that meets the official plan and what was passed at council about height and angular plane, when in fact there is no bylaw that's been passed, and certainly on page, I think it's 16 of this report, it alludes to the fact that that hasn't been passed in a bylaw. You're under the assumption that because it came to council, and certainly maybe it was passed at council, it still has to go to a bylaw, and there's no bylaw that's been passed on it. So how can you make the assumption that it meets the official plan when it hasn't been passed in a bylaw?
Councillor Rail, your 5 minutes is up. Did you want to go back on the list?
Through the chair, we determined that the resolution of council was enough for us to move forward on that basis.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Burke, please.
Chair Parnell, through you to Mr. Drum. The previous speaker just outlined how there were 3 updates to reports that were done that had changed as the scope of the project changed from 10 stories to 17 stories. So how is that information shared with the residents that are being affected by this? And how is that shared, and does that meet the Planning Act's intent for meaningful input?
Through the chair to the councillor. So reports and materials submitted in support of a planning act application are public information. I was in contact with one person in particular who I was sharing all of these updates with. No one else had asked for, actually a few people have. So anyone who had asked me for copies of reports and studies, they were given those reports and studies. So that would satisfy that. I think it's 1.01 of the Planning Act, where all reports and materials submitted in support of an application are public information.
Through the chair to Mr. Drum, please. How does this proposal align with the central area urban design guidelines for scale and transition next to heritage areas?
Through the chair. So I just want to note up front that this is just a listed building. It's not a designated, the church isn't a designated building. It's not in a heritage conservation district. So the applicant undertook a heritage impact assessment to review the proposed development in relation to the church. They did have some considerations for the developer to make. They did not make them, but our heritage staff felt that they did enough to work through so the 2 buildings could coexist in a meaningful way. There are 2 conditions of that heritage, or 2 recommendations of that heritage impact assessment that are more design related. So they've been built into the holding symbol to ensure that they're done.
Thank you. Through the chair. There's been a lot of talk about our official plan when it comes to the height restrictions or the lack thereof, but our official plan also talks about how things enhance neighborhoods, how things are compatible with neighborhoods. So how do staff conclude that this project enhances the neighborhood per the compatibility policy rather than overwhelming it?
Mr. Drum, please.
Through the chair. So we're looking at a number of design elements. So it's bringing a building closer to the street. It's creating a more urban streetscape. It's bringing more commercial to the area, more residents. That's kind of in terms of design. We did have the developer did bring the massing more towards the Hunter Street frontage. So it's not as big at the back. That's all I can say for you now.
Through the chair, we'll leave that there. Has the city explored tools, for example, Section 37 agreement of the CIP incentives to secure affordability in exchange for the added height?
Through the chair, so Section 37 was a height and density bonusing provision in the Planning Act, which was removed several years ago. So there are still those tools available to the applicant. We have an affordable housing CIP. That may be a question to the applicant, whether he's exploring those options.
Through the chair, please, my final question for this go around is that I noticed in the sort of mock-ups of the site that there were very mature trees in the foreground by the street. I don't think those trees exist currently in East City. Is that just part of the mock-up, or will the proponent be getting trees of that size to sort of help block the heaviness of the concrete and the materials that are being added right out to the sidewalk?
Through the chair, the landscaping will really be dealt with through the site plan approval process when we have that requirement for the landscape plan.
Supplemental and final question, truly this time. So then, is it a fair expectation though for people at this public meeting who have seen those mock-ups to expect that sort of greenery to be included in the project as part of it?
Through the chair, I would assume so, but that may be a question you want to ask the applicant.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Councillor Lucica, then Councillor Duguay, Mayor Leo, and then Councillor Riel for a second time. Councillor Lucica, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Parnell. Through you to Mr. Drum, thank you for your presentation. A couple of questions I have. My ward mate mentioned the Central Area Urban Design Guidelines. My question stems from the degree to which the Central Area Urban Design Guidelines were used to help inform the planning process. We know these are not statutory. We recognize that. But in 2023, we had them come to us. We spent thousands of dollars for them, so we'd have that in our toolkit. They were funded by the province, actually, because we received the Streamlined Development Fund approval. We put a lot of our own money into these urban design guidelines, and we know that they are an accompaniment to inform, to provide the guideline for planners, development, and councillors who are making these rezoning decisions. So to what degree did you sit with the applicant and talk about a high-rise being put in a sensitive, a small-scale, village-like street akin to Queen West or Queen East, where there is nothing near a 17-story high-rise evident? That isn't happening in other cities where there is a village of this scale. So to what degree did you do that with the applicant? Thank you.
Through the chair to the councillor, we did have a few meetings with the project team, including their architect. If I recall correctly, the only real components of the urban design guidelines that weren't implemented through the design are the angular plane and the step backs from the rear. So they did do step backs at the front. And there was one component that recommended a 10-meter setback from towers. But I would say on the whole, they implemented a lot of the ideas and concepts of the urban design guidelines.
Thank you. Supplemental through you, Chair. But my question is, to what degree do they follow the guiding principles of the Central Area Urban Design Guidelines, which talk about connectedness, sustainability, access, all of those things? So a 17-story high-rise being connected to the streetscape and the neighborhood and the community of this scale is incomplete, in my opinion, and I don't know what your opinion is, contrast to everything that is outlined in the urban design guidelines about livability, sustainability, environmental impacts, and connectedness. Can you speak to that, please? Thank you.
Through the chair to the councillor, The building includes, everyone's going to have a differing opinion on this. It isn't yes, no, yes, no. It's all, minimize, mitigate, encourage. Do you think so? Everyone's and I don't expect that I'm going to change your mind necessarily. But we looked at bringing the building to the street, having that commercial animation at the street level, kind of smaller unit size instead of one big mass building. There's a step back at 2 stories. There's another step back at 4. One of the things that was important was having those animated uses at the street level instead of, the parking garage being the full depth of the property, which, we do see those proposals come in, like first draft proposals. The building is going to have amenity space in the building, interior and exterior for residents. Each unit's going to have a balcony. There is that public parking component. There will be a green roof. So they're kind of looking at a number of different things. I think in terms of detail on how the applicant and their team considered each one, that may be a question that they can consider as well.
Thank you. And just one final point, if I may just ask it. Regarding the environment and climate change, we know that as a council, we need to see a climate lens applied to reports, to presentations, to all of that. Did you consult with the Environment and Climate Action Division of Staff to be able to share data with us about the impact, the climate impact of a 10-story versus a 17-story building, which would have concrete, like twice the size, concrete, steel, glass, and carbon emissions parked in the parking area that would have direct CO2 impact on the residents that are within such close proximity? Has there been data? Did you get that information from Environment and Climate Action staff? Because certainly this is a city division that would really be required in terms of something of this scale. We're not Young and Bloor for a high rise. This is the village of Ashburnham. What is the climate impact? Thank you.
Through the chair to the councillor, trying to remember the question. So as a practice, we don't take planning applications to peak. But if my memory serves me correctly, we do include them in our circulation of applications, or at least, if not the staff member directly, their manager or supervisor. We did not receive any climate change related comments on this proposal.
Just so that I understand it.
You're into your second 5 minutes now?
No, I'm not.
Yes.
I'm finishing this same question.
No, you are. I tried
It didn't
to
go
tell
to
you.
staff, Mr. Drum?
Mr. Drum, you can proceed, but she's into her second 5 minutes.
I'm really not. Thank you.
Sorry, through the chair, could the question be repeated? I missed the question and all the.
If my speech was being timed, I did not speak for 5 minutes, and it was just in to clarify something. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. So I said I didn't ask about peak. I said the Environment and Climate Action staff, were they consulted to bring back data? Thank you.
Through you, chair, to the councillor. So we do circulate our asset management team that includes the climate change coordinator. We didn't receive any comments back from them related to climate change. We didn't necessarily specifically seek out information related to climate change. It hasn't been our practice generally.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I will remind that these are meant to be questions of clarification. We do need to try and keep it to land use issues, not site plan. And we have Councillor DeGea, please.
Thank you, Chair Parnell. Mr. Drum, thank you for your comprehensive presentation and your responses to queries thus far. Madam Chair, if you want, I will have 4 very quick questions of Mr. Drum. Mr. Drum,
is an official plan amendment required for the proposed development?
Through the chair to the counselor, staff reviewed the proposal and didn't determine that an official plan amendment was required. We believe that the proposal conforms to the official plan.
Thank you. Second, if I might, Madam Chair, Mr. Drum, in your opinion as a professional planner, is a zoning bylaw application consistent with the 2024 provincial planning statement?
Through the chair to the counselor, yes, it is.
Thank you. My third question, Mr. Drum, one of the previous speakers and appropriately asked about various studies prepared to date, which are listed in our report. And you advised that there were supplementary reports. So of the original reports, supplementary reports, were there any issues or matters identified that would cause the proposed development to not proceed?
Mr. Drum, please.
Through the chair to the counselor, there were departments and agencies reviewed the materials and there were no concerns related to, technical matters or infrastructure constraints.
And my final question, Madam Chair, I'm cognizant of time. Mr. Drum, in fact, on this particular screen, you referenced there will be a holding symbol that will be applied to the recommended zoning. That holding symbol, for it to be removed, Mr. Drum, it would require council to adopt an implementing bylaw to remove the holding symbol. Am I correct, sir?
Through the chair, yes, the holding removal bylaw would be passed by council. It wouldn't be at a public meeting like this, but it would be a bylaw that comes to council.
Thank you for your clarification.
Thank you. Mayor Leal, you are next, please. 5 minutes.
Thanks so much, Madam Chair. I do have a couple questions. Through Mr. Drum, thank you for your presentation. I just want to seek some clarity in terms of the resident meeting that was held regarding the 10 stories. It was my understanding one of the big concerns that was raised, Mr. Drum, at that particular time would have been overflow parking on Mark Street. And then the revised design of the 17 stories was to encapsulate parking so that that would remove excess vehicles parking on Mark Street. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. And that's part of the reason why they've also included this enhanced visitor component that can serve as a publicly accessible parking facility as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Drum. My next question is related to the City of Peterborough's official plan. We had prepared, the previous council, of course, had prepared a new official plan that was adopted by this council of the day and had a height limit of 10 stories at that particular time. That official plan went back to the province of Ontario, the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, then approved an official plan with a number of modifications, one of which was the removal of the height limit in the downtown core area and strategic growth area. Is that correct, sir?
Through the chair, my memory is a little bit foggy on the strategic growth areas, but for the downtown core area, definitely it's meant to be one of the primary areas of growth and intensification in the municipality.
Thanks, Mr. Drum. My last question at this particular time is, in the province of Ontario, there's a bill called Protect Ontario by Building Faster, Smarter Act 2025, which was passed, third reading, Royal Assent in the Ontario Legislature. My understanding that one of the provisions of that act is people building in Ontario only have to adhere to the Ontario Building Code and nothing beyond. Is that correct?
Through the chair, I may look to my director colleague to assist me on that question. I'm not quite sure.
Through the chair, I believe that's correct.
Thank you very much, Mr. Drum.
Thank you, Mayor Leal. Councillor Riel for a second time, please.
Through the chair to Mr. Drum, when these kind of proposals come planning, do any of your staff go out actually to the site and have a look at what's being proposed? And I guess I will expand that by the person standing on the southeast corner of Hunter Street, where Tim Hortons is, and looking up 17 stories. Did anybody from you or your department go out and have a look at what this might envision, what this might be?
Through the chair to the counselor, the staff on file do site visits for all applications. I can tell you personally, I stood at various locations on Hunter Street and Mark Street and looked into the sky. If that answers your question.
Through the chair, Mr. Drum, we have a architect on record. Was that architectural firm asked to go out and look at this proposal of how it was going to affect the village of Ashburnham East City? Or did you take the architectural drawings and the architect that was hired by the proponent on what he was proposing to build?
Through the chair to the counselor, it's not really our place to dictate how an architect or another consultant does their business. I would hope that they go out to the site, but that would be a question that should be directed to the applicant if their consultants went out to the property.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cawley, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a bit of a general question. I know that some of the talk that I've heard over the last week and a half is sort of more related to the communication aspect of RZAs more than anything. And my general question is, I know in the Planning Act, it's not mandatory to hold a public meeting. And I don't know if this is sort of beyond the scope of what we're discussing, but what's the possibility of changing our Planning Act so that we make a public information session mandatory? Because it seems like that's something that the public really wants. And I don't know if that ends up pushing developments out, if it slows the process down. But I think that it's pretty vital that we have mandatory meetings as opposed to, well, if they don't want to have one. I know I ran into something like that in the West End last year that I had to sort of push for one, but thoughts on that? Is that a change that we can make in the Planning Act?
Through the chair to the counselor, it wouldn't necessarily be a Planning Act change, probably more of an internal process change. Something that we've kind of been struggling with, generally speaking, is when do we host these open houses? So, this one we had early. You may argue that it happened too early because the changes that came from the comments were significant. But then the flip side of that is if you have the open house maybe second, third submission, then there's maybe limited room for input because they've gone through so much of their technical review that your concepts may be baked in at that point.
Well, and I think that's a really good point because I've spoken to, not specific to this development, but other developments where that's the catch-22. If you hold it too early, then you can get that feedback and you can make modifications. But for something like this, you make a modification and then the design is, in a sense, substantially different from what was originally presented to the public. So, but if you have a information session each time you change the design, that's adding red tape. And if we're trying to build faster, it does sort of, But I think it's definitely something that we have to look at and we have to figure out. We've got a lot of smart people in this room that maybe we could figure something out. What do you think?
That really is outside of the scope. And thank you. Do you have any further questions?
No, that's fine, Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Burke for second time, please.
Thank you so much, Chair Parnell. Through you to Mr. Drum. Mr. Drum, thank you for the presentation and responding to our questions. I think it's important. If this project were to happen after we had established our community planning and permit system, would this type of development, would the developer have to provide community benefits?
Through the chair to the counselor, it would really depend on what regulations are really established through the community planning permit system. So if it ended up being a class 3 permit, then it would, but I don't know necessarily what those height limits are going to be set at yet. So it's possible that they could have had to provide community benefits for that additional height, assuming that the height that's implemented is low enough.
Thank you. Through the chair, you know, to us, I think that the sort of heightenedness around this project happened when the jump was made between the 10-story version of it and the 17-story version of it. And to me, that is the crux of the issue. I wish that we would be in a better place tonight where the developer had gone out of their way to have another meeting and to get the public feedback. And I believe that through that process, a plan could have been made that we could all have been comfortable with. But, you know, here we are. So my question to you through the chair is that in your experience, and maybe you can lean into other staff members that have been here for a long time, but have you ever seen something like this? Something where you have a public meeting with door number one, and then, you know, in a very short amount of time, we change some policy over here, and then this comes on the table here, and it's a completely different project. It's 17 stories. Have you ever seen a jump like that happen without the developer going back to the public and trying to pitch them on the new version of the project?
Through the chair, I'll let Director Appleby or Manager Scott, Taylor Scott, chime in. They've got a little bit more experience than me, but not really in the city of Peterborough. I mean, we haven't had development proposals of this scale before. Like, we haven't really seen buildings like this proposed since the 60s, right? So in my experience, I haven't seen it, but maybe some of my colleagues have.
Through the chair, maybe I'll jump in. I've certainly seen it in some subdivisions where an initial concept will go through to a public open house, and by the time we get to a council public meeting, that development has changed. Usually those types of developments don't necessarily generate the kind of interest that you're seeing here, because subdivisions are usually on the edge of town, not close to sort of existing residents.
You know, through the chair, I was like asking about the type of change that we're discussing tonight, which is a 7-story change in a big parking garage. My final question through the chair is about the planning process. Is there a point in time in your conversations with the proponent when you ask them about things like the affordability of units, when you ask them about things like, are there going to be units that are family sized? And if you have those conversations, what was the answer, please, from the proponent?
Through the chair to the councillor, things like rental rates and tenure, we can't dictate through zoning. We create things like the Affordable Housing Community Improvement Plan to help encourage applicants to seek out providing affordable housing in some capacity. We don't necessarily have policies in place for certain bedroom types and splits. So we don't have that discussion really, but I will note that the majority of units in this proposal are 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom units. So they are providing or proposing to provide a wide range of units from 1 bedrooms up to more family-sized units.
So my final question will be along the same lines of my first round of questioning, which is, how do you, as a staff person here presenting to us through the chair, how do you rationalize, like how would you characterize that this project is of a benefit and compatible to the neighborhood that it's going into?
It's 30 seconds left.
Thank you, Chair Parnell. I'm done. I just received the answer, but I have no more questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Mayor Leal.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I'll receive the answer, please,
Oh,
but I have
sorry.
no more questions.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Drum.
Through the chair to the councillor, you know, compatibility, like design is a component. We're looking at streetscape, infrastructure, capacity of facilities. You know, I'm really leaning on, you know, we have staff in planning that have more of a design background. I will never profess to be a design-oriented person. That's not my skill set. But it's really, taking the sum of all of those comments, going through kind of the development criteria in the official plan for certain designations to come up with whether a proposal is what we can consider compatible or not. And, I understand that there will be varying degrees of opinion on what that is.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Drum. Mayor Leal, please, for a second time.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and I forgot to ask this question the first time around. On page 3 and 4 of our report, there are 14 reports and studies that are identified through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Drum. Are these 14 reports and studies accessible by the public?
Through the chair to the councillor, if somebody reached out and asked me for them, like some people did, I would provide them a link to those studies.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mr. Drum.
Thank you, very succinct. Councillor Leachacre, please.
Thank you, Chair Parnell. Appreciate it. Through you to Mr. Drum. Just echoing some questions about the community planning permit system. We're looking for missing middle. We're looking for affordable housing. We're looking for parkland, green space. I mean, all of these things are incentives that we could be asking developers to participate with us in. Should they be making special requests that exceed the scope of what we would normally do? To what degree were you able to share, and did you share, the imminency of the community planning permit system and how much value and revenue that would bring to our city to meet the social needs as well as the development needs and the housing needs and the targets and the check boxes? We have priorities that are so important on that social affordability level. The market rent for this particular building doesn't align with what some of those needs are. To what degree did you have that conversation? Because we do have these city priorities. Thank you.
Through the chair to the councillor, I think I will address that. The applicant is aware that the community planning permit project is underway. At current time, even myself, I believe it's still being drafted, so I don't know what those proposed regulations are. And at the same time, without the city passing an interim control bylaw, we can't stop people from applying for development applications. So it would be nice if developers would wait and open up their wallets to give us some communities, facilities, and matters. But if they submit something, we are still required by the Planning Act to review it and process it.
Thank you. And just supplemental. So we could, you mentioned, create an interim bylaw, a pause on applications that are premature to our community planning permit system. Is that correct?
An interim control bylaw is a tool that the city has. It would depend on council's appetite for stopping development, requiring a zoning amendment in the city if they would want to do that.
Supplemental chair, temporarily, of course. That's what we're talking about. So that would require a deferral or a new business motion. Through you to perhaps chair to Director Appleby. Thank you.
Director Appleby, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councilor Leachacre, would you mind repeating the question? I think the question was, for an interim control bylaw, how could we go about implementing such a thing, and how might it interact with this particular application? Is that correct?
That's correct, because we know how imminent the CPPS is, and this is a big deal. We've never done anything of this scope, and it is, even though it's downtown, technically, it's in a residential area. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. My understanding of an interim control bylaw is there's a time limit on how long you can establish them for. I believe it's up to a year. And they do not apply, historically, you don't apply them where something has already started. And you try to sort of stop that thing in order to pause and undertake your study. That usually ends up, I've seen that debated through the tribunal in the past, and that doesn't usually end well for the municipality. So normally it would cover anything from, say, that point forward, as opposed to catching things that might already be in progress.
And question through you, Chair Parnell. But this hasn't started yet because council hasn't given an approval for the rezoning, correct?
Through the chair, it has started because we have a complete Planning Act application filed with us. So there's already a process under the act that has started. There's a timeline assigned to that, to which council is an obligation to make a decision.
30 seconds.
And one final question. Is it possible to ask the developers to consider delaying so that we could have these considerations factored in? Is that possible? I suppose we could ask the developers this evening. Thank you.
Councillor Burke for a third and final time, please.
Thank you, Chair Parnell. Through you to Mr. Drum, please. One of the questions I had with a few other council colleagues leading up to this was we were trying to remember one thing, and we heard from a previous speaker that it was mandated upon us to get rid of the height restrictions in our official plan. So my question is, when did the East City portion that is part of the downtown core area, when did that get added to the downtown core area?
Through the chair to the councillors. So it was added to, so it had been part of the central area going back to 2009, but it was brought into the downtown core area designation with the approval of the new official plan in 2021.
Very much.
Thank you. I see no further questions for Mr. Drum. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate you. Okay, so we will move on to registered delegations. Only registered delegations can speak. We don't do unregistered. And I remind you to please, when you come to the podium, state your name and address for the official record, and you will have 5 minutes to speak to, ideally, land use matters. If you can keep it to that scope, and do pay attention to what everybody's asking. It's all very important, and we will try not to repeat each other. Thank you very much. And you're Courtney Clausens, are you? Welcome, Courtney, to Council Chambers. You have the floor, ma'am.
Hi, I'd like to start with thanking planning staff and Mr. Drum for answering all of my questions over the past few months, and for the councillors who met with neighbors on site earlier this summer. Sorry, I didn't start with Courtney Clausens, 33 Cricket Place. My husband and I bought on Cricket last summer, fully supporting intensification of the strategic growth area on Hunter. I have a background in urban geography. We understand how development creates complete communities. However, this 17-story proposal, in my opinion, lacks adequate transitions to neighboring properties, violating our own urban design guidelines that we've been talking about this evening. I'll first note that the staff report frequently discusses the 17-story building as having improved setbacks, massing, and visual impact when compared to the 10-story proposal. But I'd argue that it doesn't quite evaluate the merits or the adequacy of that 17-story proposal itself. I'm trying to figure out how to, there we go. So the urban design guidelines for the central area call out the importance of reducing the visual mass of large single buildings. This can be done through setbacks, stepbacks, transitions, ways to divide up the larger building masses. Now, this lot we saw earlier is particularly large. It juts back into that residential area on and borders residences on 3 sides, cutting off these backyards. And then the result now is this 17-story tower that's currently like the entire block. It takes up the entire space of the commercial parcels on either side of it. And this contributes to great visual massing. This massing was called out as a concern in the heritage impact assessment when considering these longer views on Hunter Street, saying that it'll profoundly change the setting of the former 19th century commercial core by introducing this contrasting build form. Further, I'd like to call out some staff comments that were provided back to the 17-story proposal with recommendations for improving compatibility. The particular concern to massing as it relates to the surrounding residential uses. They call for improved transitions, setbacks. They strongly encourage these transitions between the 11th and the 17th story. We've heard that, the applicant comes back and sometimes they acknowledge these and sometimes they make changes and sometimes they don't, and they explain why. From reading from the different submissions, I didn't think that there was adequate answers to why these weren't addressed. They just said, in our opinion, it's fine. So we're left with this massive block. On the left is a rendering of the street view from Cricket. These were supplied as part of the proposal. On the right is my crude adaptation of what an adequate transition may look like, incorporating additional step backs, particularly from the 11th and 17th story. And here you can see it from different angles. Now, of course, this reduces the number of units by a bit, but it also provides the opportunity for additional green space, shared amenities for future residents. And I'll note that we're not yet 2 years into that 2031 pledge for housing starts. We're already 29% towards that target. And there's currently over 2,400 units in the current development applications. And we know that there is more to come, particularly on this stretch of Hunter Street. Next, I want to touch quickly on separation distances. Sorry, this text is very small, but the urban design guidelines we heard before, they call for a separation distance of 10 meters for portions of towers that are over 6 stories. On the right here is the architectural diagram supplied in the proposal. This is for floors 5 through 7. On the west side, we can see that there's only a 3-meter separation distance. And then kitty corner on the northeast to a residential property, from the latest submission, it still has a less than 1 meter distance here. And then further, staff recommend a minimum of 5 meters for landscape buffering. The proposed zoning only requires 1.4 meters. We talked about mature trees. I'm not sure what can grow in 1.4 meters. And then finally, I didn't touch on angular planes since, they've gone out the window. I do want to note 2 things here, though. That staff continuously mentioned that despite the angular plane not being a requirement, additional mitigation measures must be in place when you have the encroachment that you see here. And we've seen that these mitigation measures are not in place. Second, down at the bottom right is really small, but you can see that this analysis for the 17 stories was done March 26, 2024. Which is
wrap up, please. Sorry.
Yeah. And that's before the 10-story proposal came to light. So I think it further calls for evaluating the 17-story by itself. I know that a lot of planning is up to interpretation of policy, judgment, and opinion. I think that this proposal is precedent setting. We've heard this type of thing hasn't come up before. It can and should meet our established guidelines. And I would ask council to please defer this application until the developer addresses staff recommendations for the step transitions and provides buffering and setbacks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There may be some questions of clarification. Councillor Duguay, please.
Thank you, Chair Parnell. Courtney, thank you for your presentation. Courtney, you indicated your municipal address is 33 Cricket Place.
Yep.
Is that adjacent to this site, or where is it relative to the property, if you might clarify? I'm looking at the land use map, for example, which was page 25 of and maybe on that exhibit, you might be able to help us.
Yeah, we are at the very end here. So looking at the architectural diagrams, our house is right here.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lucica and then Councillor Riel. Councillor Lucica, please.
Thank you, Chair Parnell. First of all, I wanted to say thank you to Courtney. It's nice to see you again after the tour that myself and Councillor Burke, I believe Councillor Crowley was there as well that day, touring the area, and your visuals are really helpful in terms of pointing out what some of the gaps are in terms of information and provision of alternatives. My question is, would you be in favor, or would you have been in favor of something up to 10 stories as was initially planned? And can you explain your rationale for that? Thank you.
Yes, we bought the house knowing that there was a 10-story application in play, and it didn't shy us away. We want to live in a vibrant, walkable neighborhood. the initial 10-story proposal, as staff mentioned, went really far back into the lot. When we bought the house, we were under the impression that that back lot could only support surface level parking, which was discussed in the 2019 severance application there. So I think 10 stories at street level is totally, like, for me, it's acceptable, right? I know people have different opinions. That's currently what the draft regulations for the CPP is as well. So anything over 10 would have to have those facility services and matters. But I still think, like, no matter what the height, looking at the overall massing of the building is important, and just having like one huge block is not great.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Parnell, just supplemental. Thank you for that. And so this is for you. This is not a NIMBY issue. You're clearly stating that this is about densification and your advocacy for that, in fact. But this is about scope and scale and what's appropriate for a neighborhood. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yep.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Riel, please, and Councillor Baldwin. Councillor Riel.
Through the chair to Courtney, thank you very much for being here tonight. Thank you for you and your husband for hosting myself, and I think Councillor Baldwin from coming out and talking to you and your husband about it. What is the impact of because your property, if I believe right, looking at the drawings, you are going to be saddled with a 5-story parking garage side of your house.
So what is the impact of, like, kind of, yeah. So my understanding is that I think in the reports I've saw 3 stories, 3.5 to 4 stories, there is going to be surface level parking on top of that. So obviously we're going to be impacted by that, and the sides are going to have ventilation. So we'll see like some cars, lights. I'm hopeful that through site plan approval, we can discuss like a large wall. I've also just kind of like come to terms with the fact that like it's kind of going to be crappy. You know, I don't own that property. I don't own the sky. But we will be impacted by that parking garage, and I think particularly the surface level parking on top.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Baldwin, please.
Through the chair, Courtney, thanks for taking the time to come tonight and for your presentation. What are your neighbors saying about the proposed development? Can you kind of give us an idea of what your immediate neighbors, they are going to be impacted? They live right behind the proposed development. What are they saying?
I think we're going to hear from some of those neighbors tonight. I know that there's a lot of concern with the impact to the overall neighborhood. You know, with the taller building, the more neighbors are impacted by shadowing. But I wouldn't want to speak for all of them. I think that there is just like a general sense of concern for sure.
That's fair. Through the chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Seeing no further questions. Oh, sorry, Councillor Burke. Yes, I'm sorry. Councillor Burke.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Ms. Claessens. You know, I think most of us on council had the privilege of going through one of the developers' projects in East City. Quite a beautiful project with a lot of amenities, and definitely opened my eyes up to the type of work that the developer does. Did you or any of the neighbors, like on the periphery of the site, have that same chance?
Myself and
is that something that the developer has approached you or any of the other neighbors about?
me and my husband haven't had any offers for that.
Thank you. And through the chair, would it have made a difference to you and to the neighbors if the developer had taken the chance to have another public meeting, you know, outlining the sort of change of magnitude of the project? Would that have made a difference?
I think so. I think it shows some transparency and willingness to work with the community. Like, we found out that it jumped to 17 because I was just browsing the current development applications site, right, and seeing that and the shock that that was there. I think that would have helped. I appreciate and understand that public consultations are hard to manage. There's lots of emotions that run through them. But I think it would have been a nice gesture of goodwill.
Thank you, Chair. That was something that I talked to the developer about because I think that it's in everyone's best interest to have a project that everyone feels good about at the end of the day. So thank you, Chair.
And I have can I
Absolutely, please.
go back to Councillor Baldwin's question on what the neighbors think? I mentioned that there was some concern, but I do feel that there's also a understanding that development is happening here. And, we've had the multiple 6-story buildings go up and we didn't see this kind of response. So I think the folks in East City are welcoming of that and just feel that this may be a bridge too far.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Clausen. Thanks. Appreciate you being here. Okay, our next registered delegation is Desmond Vandenberg, and he also has a presentation that our clerk is loading up. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. And welcome, Desmond. Mr. Vandenberg, if you state your name and your address, please.
So let me start again. It's Desmond Vandenberg, 427 Mark Street. Before addressing the specifics of the rezoning of the proposed development and the driving request, I want to state for the record that I'm in support of development in general. And if the proposal today was for a 6 or an 8-story building with appropriate setbacks, step backs, I not only would not be opposing it, I would actually be in support of it, and I would be vocal about that support. Earlier, somebody mentioned the NIMBY comments. And so I know there's a tendency of late to dismiss, valid concerns as being NIMBY. They're not in my backyard. And recently, Ontario Premier Doug Ford, he expressed some of his frustrations over NIMBYs. And I would like to put up some of his quotes here, where he says, the first thing to get out there, we need more homes, but you aren't building in our neighborhood. And then he says, everyone has to give a bit and put housing where it belongs, not in the middle of a neighborhood. I agree with that statement. You can't go into a developed neighborhood and someone decides to put in a 4 or 6-story building, because I tell you, people do not want that in their neighborhoods. I think it's important to note that the province of Ontario is not in support of this sort of thing. Okay, so the development is bordered on 3 sides by residential properties. It's literally juts into the middle of the residential neighborhood. So the lots 427 Mark Street historically extended beyond the west to the border of the residence on Cricket Place. And this is an illustrated report presented to council on April 1st, 2019. So Kevin Dugay was the agent for the applicant to sever these properties, such that the westerly portions of the properties were retained as part of the larger church property. As the Committee of Adjustment meeting on September 4th, 2019, Kevin Dugay stated, there's currently no intention to develop the retained lands to the rear of the existing dwellings. It was Kevin Dugay's assurances at the time were an important factor in our decision and our neighbor's decision to purchase 423 and 427 Mark Street from the church. TVM CEO Amit Sofer has publicly stated the discussions for development of the property were taking place in 2022 or earlier. He can detail that later. It appears that severances of 423 and 427 Mark Street in 2019 were done intentionally to facilitate development under consideration today. Since Kevin Dugay was been involved in working on behalf of Mark Street United Church in this process, I would suggest that he be recused from any committee or council voting related to this property.
Okay. Excuse me, Councillor Dugay wishes to speak on a point of privilege.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Will my time be held then?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, for all that are in attendance, prior to being elected as a city councillor, I was retained by the Board of Trustees for Mark Street United Church. Specifically, I was retained to assist with the severance of land separating 2 existing dwellings and their land holdings from the church property. When that application is filed with the city, I filed it under oath that everything I submit is factual and true. Moreover, I'm compelled to follow professional code of ethics prescribed through the National Provincial Planning Associations, the same as our planners. The application and the report that I prepared at that time includes a statement that when filed, I was not aware of at any time during the process, including decisions made here in this council chamber, that there was a development application contemplated.
So for the record, for my colleagues in the public, I helped the church at the time as a professional planner only to assist with the severance of land separating two homes from their land holdings. I was not at that time, starting in 2018, including in about roughly mid 2019. I was not aware of any development application, sir. For all the members of the public, that application is filed with the city. The information that the city staff would use and council would use to arrive at a decision included in information. So when those applications are made, they're made under oath and they're made in a very professional manner. So with respect, I would suggest to you, sir, that I'm not in a position of conflict in this case. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you, sir. You may proceed, but without those comments, please.
okay, yes. 2 points. My time did continue to run.
You still have 3 minutes.
And okay, may I answer or make comment on Kevin Guy's comments and then resume my presentation?
No. No.
Okay. Give me one moment to get to find my place back again. Okay. Okay. All right. I'm ready to resume. As I said, I have lost some time there though. Okay. So the staff report released this past Thursday makes many references to the proposed development being consistent with the provincial planning statement and conforms to the city's official plan. I'd like to raise a number of points, but time's going to kind of hold me down to just a few. So the official plan defines compatible development as development that enhances the character of the surrounding community without causing any undue adverse impacts on the adjacent properties. From the slide you can see here, this shows the 17-story portion of the building in relation to 423 Mark Street. The distance of the building south is less than 1 meter. The distance of the building to the west is better. It's about 5 meters, but a better sense of the impact of the building to the adjacent property is seen. Oh, sorry, I can go back. Well, sorry, I'll just like that. When you, let me just go previous. Okay, somehow we've advanced way too many slides here. Okay, thank you. Okay, if you look at this slide here, you can see the backyard here of the property, 423 Mark Street. It has, depending on how you want to count it, 3.5 or 4 stories of brick concrete wall on that side, and it has 3.5 or 4 stories of parking on that side. And if I look at this image, I think it looks more like a prison courtyard than it does like a backyard. And I'm asking everybody if they would imagine this property in their own, this building in their own backyard, or of their friends or their families, and then try to argue that this is compatible development that enhances the character of the surrounding community. Okay. Staff reports notes that recent planning approvals have introduced mid and high-rise mixed-use and residential development in the area, including the rail yard's 6 stories, 195 Hunter Street 9 stories, and Skyline Times Square 12 stories. I'm puzzled by the listing of Skyline Times Square because it is not 12 stories; it is 7 stories. And as well, it's not adjacent to any residential properties. I'm thinking that the report maybe has confused it with the Skyline Delta property on Clonsilla 5 kilometers away, which is 12 stories. So from Hunter Street to Armour Road, Hunter Street buildings only exceed 6 stories in one instance, and that building is not adjacent to any residential properties. I'm going to skip over my third point because it was covered by Courtney. So
1 minute left.
Thank you. Okay, so this is the official plan. I know it says 2023, but this is what's currently on the website of the city. And it shows that the central area plan is a straight line. It does not go back into that area of the properties. And as well, if you look at the, also from the website right now, the official plan shows that the strategic growth area also is a straight line, does not go back into those properties. So there's a temptation for council to resolve themselves that this is out of their control, which was reflected by some recent Reddit posts made by a councillor. The argument is the province will overturn any decision they make, and I reached out to our provincial representative, Dave Smith's office, for clarification. They responded and approved my sharing these comments. To highlight, the city of Peterborough, like all municipalities in Ontario, possess full autonomy over local development and building approvals.
You can finish your sentence, sir.
Thank you. The next slide, through their decisions, official planning, zoning bylaws, they determine what can be built, where it can be built under what conditions. And while the province may offer guidance or broad policy directions, they do not dictate individual buildings, approvals, or pressure municipalities. And so essentially, I'm hoping that council will not abdicate the responsibility and take the staff report as the final word, but will consider it as one thing and look at it critically.
Thank you,
Thank you.
sir. Do we have any questions of clarification? Councilor Chika, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair Parnell. Mr. Vandenberg, thank you as well, along with Courtney, for that really great tour when we were there that day. The image, the sort of aerial side image that showed the parking lot where you're, concerns about what that feels like if you're one of the resident homeowners that face it directly in such close proximity. Would you be concerned about the morning idling of the cars, of numerous vehicles like that? Is that what you'd be concerned about in a multi-floor parking facility such as that? Can you expand on your concerns about that?
I would be concerned about that. My understanding is that it will be an open air, so that yes, I would imagine that we're going to be seeing headlights directly into the park, into the backyards.
As well as idling emissions?
As well as idling, yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilor Burke, please.
Thank you, Chair Parnell. Through you to Mr. Vandenberg, thank you for coming and for your presentation. I wonder if you could please go back to the slide where you have our downtown core area defined, central area. Yeah, and so is the point, are you trying to assert that the build actually falls outside of this designated area from the city,
Yeah.
and so therefore there would be a height restriction on the location, on the lands?
Okay. So this area, and I hope I can show that this area is currently considered public service. I don't remember all of the letters that followed that. And this is considered part of the central area plan. In terms of the rezoning, to rezone this from public service to anything other than residential, given the properties surrounding it, and also the fact that historically these properties did extend, the lots traditionally did extend all the way back, I think it's inappropriate that this should be anything but residential.
And so for clarification through the chair, is that highlighted box that you have, is that part of your property or is that part of the applicant's property?
That is part of the site for the proposed building.
Thank you. And through the chair, do you know what part of the build is that? Will part of the 17 stories be on that plot of land or the parking?
So this is the area that I'm talking about. So the central area goes across here. This is the area here that, as I said, was historically residential. It was historically part of these two lots. They did get severed. And that's why I think it'd be appropriate that this should be the residential.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, thank you for bringing that to our attention. It wasn't something that I saw in the staff report or in talking with anyone about this. So thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions. Thank you, sir, for being here. Okay. Our next registered delegation is Ashley Bonner. If you could please come forward to the podium, Ashley. Nice to see you again. And if you just give us your address for the record, please.
Ashley Bonner on Armour Road. Hello, Mayor and Council members. I'm here to address the rezoning of 90 Hunter Street and what the community loses when we trade thriving communities for high-rise concrete towers. I call it institutionalizing neighborhoods. When we institutionalize a neighborhood, we replace spaces where people meet, heal, learn, and belong with concrete buildings that feel cold, sterile, and disconnected. We may gain square footage, but we lose the connective tissue that makes this place feel like a home. An example of this is the view that's from Hunter Street Bridge looking to Times Square. We used to see a historic clock, charm, and connectivity. We now see black and white concrete walls. It is sad to see what the community is losing to make room for this 17-story high-rise, a vital shared community space. This venue wasn't just a hall, it was a lifeline. It hosted a cancer support group, a daycare, Tai Chi, Gamblers Anonymous, Alcoholics Anonymous, and more. It sustained a community garden, a vital source of fresh food, and a living classroom where children learn where food comes from. Last year, weeks before the harvest, the community garden was demolished to accommodate the developer's ground testing. Valuable food was wasted, and the move symbolized how development can strip spaces that foster connection and belonging with little regard for social impact. These are not luxuries. They are everyday infrastructure of connection and belonging. They reduce isolation, lower stress, improve mental health, and build resilience. When people feel connected, when they have a place to go, a group to meet, a role to play, they're happier, healthier, and more resilient. We are in a housing crisis, and yes, we need housing. Thriving communities are built with housing that includes affordable units, rent geared to income alongside market unit rent. That balance keeps neighborhoods stable, inclusive, and resilient for years to come. The developer has confirmed that all units will be market rent, which leaves no pathway for a proper housing solution in a city that has the highest unemployment rate in Canada. We must require mixed housing, not only market rent high rises. At its heart, the question is simple. Are we institutionalizing our neighborhoods? Are we building thriving and connected communities? A 17-story building without any affordable units is not thinking about the long-term sustainability of our city. It may count as growth on paper, but it shrinks us where it matters, our sense of belonging, health, and resilience. In this process, is this the process you, council, want to be known when you initiate building the biggest apartment building in Peterborough? With no regard to the urban design guidelines, no public consultation on 17 stories, and a complete disregard on how to build thriving communities. Adherence to procedural steps isn't enough if those steps don't reflect residents' needs and safeguard essential social infrastructure. You have the opportunity to pave the pathway for future generations, including your grandchildren. You decide whether we will be creating institutional neighborhoods or thriving communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions of clarification on land use matters, please? Councillor Baldwin.
Yeah, Ashley, you should run for city council in 2026. And I mean that sincerely.
Question?
Yeah, question through the chair. Ashley, are you still running your neighborhood group through social media that I'm not a member of, but am aware you kind of germinated that, you started that group?
Yes, I'm the founder of the East City PTBO, or East City Neighborhood Network, and the social media channels.
That's it. Good for you. I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Courtney now, because you're connected through that other world. That one of the other counselors, he's really good at that kind of stuff. I'm not so much. But what are your neighbors saying on that social media platform about the change from 10 stories to 17? Can you share some of the thoughts or concerns that have been raised?
I believe
for and against the proposal.
Well, I'd say in the group, it's a mix of some individuals. Yes, we need housing. How are we building that housing? Are we just doing it to get the checks and meet the quotas? Or are we doing it in a sustainable way? And yeah, sorry. I think, neighbors are also talking about the impact that it's going to be on them, as I talked about, that visual line. So in the urban design guidelines, there's a whole section about visual guidelines to the Market Hall clock, but nothing states to the Times Square clock. And so a lot of this talk is we're ruining the heritage viewpoints. A disregard for community value. As I said, the community garden, that's the third community garden we've lost in East City within the last 4 to 5 years. Yeah.
Thank you for that.
And the lack of public consultation, the jump from 10 stories to 17 stories. It's disheartening to hear that there was nothing really sent out to the community, but we were expected to learn that on our own.
Supplementary through the chair. Has there been anything on your platform with respect to the amount of traffic or congestion that might occur when you add 205 apartment buildings in that area right across the road from Tim Hortons, let's say, for example?
Yeah, so considering East City is an island, a geographic island, and the only way on is bridges. You know, we have a couple of those bridges that are one lane, and the others are historical, so they can't be widened, I believe, Hunter Street, Lift Lock. And so there is a lot, it's already congested, especially around school times. Kwate School is already over capacity, so what does that look like going forward?
Thanks for being here. Thank you, Madam.
And thank you, Councillor Baldwin, Councillor LaChica, then Councillor Riel. Councillor LaChica?
Thanks very much, through Chair Parnell. Ashley, good to see you, and thank you for articulating your perspective passionately and thoughtfully. We really appreciate hearing from you. So your East City that you love and that you direct so much community spirit about, that whole corridor of Hunter Street has been developed. In fact, the West Clock Tower is I believe a 10-story building, is it not? And the new buildings that are there, they have height. They're taking up a lot of streetscape and frontage. What to you is the difference between what's been built, what's existed there for a little while, and this particular project? Is it only about height? Can you just share, please? Thank you.
That's a good question. Is it only about height? I think when you look at the size difference about what's appropriate for that area, you see the rail yard developments, they're 6 stories. They fit, but yet they still stick out. You know, as you're walking and you look across Hunter Street, it's black and white now. It's black and white concrete buildings. And so for me, what I lost was that connection when I'm crossing the bridge to my home, because I've lived in East City pretty much my whole life. Sorry, what was the question again?
So what's the difference for you between what's new, the development that's there now, and which it sounds like a lot of people are finding that favorable, or people that I've talked to. What's the difference for you between that development and this development?
I'd say other developments had more consideration for impact on the community. The visual aesthetics, the 6 stories in people's backyards is a lot different than a 17-story. You know, I think that we also look at a city that declared a climate emergency, and yet we don't take into account that by building a 17-story, none of the houses in the back will ever be able to see solar panels or any of that to help achieve our goals.
Thank you for those really important points. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Riel, please.
To the chair, to Ashley, thank you very much for being here, Ashley. I want to talk a little about your platform and the people that you converse with. And this has to do with how they feel or why they came to live in East City or Ashburnham. There must be a reason, because the 17-story has created a hell of a shitstorm. Excuse my language. And they are concerned about their downtown. So this must be a #1 thing that's on your site of talking about why they were attracted to East City and what's going to happen with this 17-story building and and how the downtown of East City is going to look. Any comments on that?
Sorry, can you say that again? Like what?
A platform that is conversing with a bunch of people.
Yes.
And these people have moved into East City for a reason. Now a 17-story building, the tallest in the city of Peterborough, is going to be built. How do they feel about their village that they moved into, and the reasons why they moved into the village and why they moved into Ashburnham with this proposed project?
So I think, you know, as Courtney mentioned, she had moved to East City. There's a strong sense of connection and belonging. When you build these, as I mentioned in my delegation, when you build concrete towers, it takes away from that connection and belonging. Sorry, I forget. Sorry.
That's okay. Thank you. Councillor Burke, please. Oh, you didn't have a question? Sorry. Thought you did. My apologies. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, our next registered delegation is Sharon Davison. And again, please try to keep it to land use matters. And if you could give us your address when you get to the podium, and welcome.
Thank you. I'm 416 Mark. I'm actually right directly in front. I'm the little house directly in front of the driveway into the Mark Street Church. Imagine Burnham to imagine Burnham to Roger Street on Hunter, and it's a thriving, dynamic 2-block area, pedestrian hub where folks shop, walk, cross safely, and joggers, dog walkers, and bike riders connect with trails, waterways, and other streets. That there is respect for history and architecture in this special area, which is demonstrated by buildings no higher than 6 stories. Buildings like Mark Street Church find their own dignity alongside new builds with care to preserve the tone in an area that many wish to live. This happened by intention, not approving new builds based on who wants to build where, but with urban planning. With integrity, welcoming new housing and what strengthens and makes sustainable this island connected to Peterborough proper, yet who identifies with its uniqueness as a part, but not a carbon copy of the larger city. Isn't this how City is described in that Toronto article, Mayor Leal? This proposal before you is unlikely to lead to such a scenario. It's precedent setting for the city, and though I understand you deal with what's in front of you, not by what will come, you must agree that this rezoning will have a major impact on those 2 blocks. The Toronto developer has a vision, what he wants. Neighbors went to an open house, no consultation. Bigger proposal, no consultation. Church congregation not to have continued input, but door knocking and speaking to members. I have heard about a 4-story build that was 3 floors of affordable housing and 1 commercial, a senior's home, a 6-story, the 10-story, and the shock of the change to a 17-story. Many told to keep quiet. They put church survival at risk if they don't agree, and they're divided about speaking out now. And surely this isn't considered tonight a consultation. Staff report is out, yet consultation could bring additional information. Builders for Climate Action will speak tonight about the impact of high rises and what large cities are learning. And we see fear at work. There's nothing we can do. We are following orders. We don't get grants, and we need to avoid lawsuits. Top down, get her done seems very distant from community building that we say we need and have a responsibility to develop. Defer till CPPS. Get community benefits. Why the rush? This is precedent setting. And let's freely speak to this development at this location. City is connected by bridges, a wooden lane at McFarland, a swing at Mariah, and a 1-lane tunnel, amongst others. Limited capacity with no room to adapt. Main way in and out is Hunter Street Bridge, which backs up with traffic and rising frustrations. Emergency services now travel that route to respond to other areas of the city. And while you hear there are no traffic issues, you know there are, because I send you photographs and I ask you how you're going to enforce the laws. Traffic research includes older studies, a current study when Armour was closed, and no forecast for increased use with these larger builds that I could find. I experienced school buses speeding, cars parking on both sides of the road, blocking of driveways to run into businesses or the church, and larger trucks struggling to get through. The 2 blocks I spoke of, new builds, are not 10 or 17 stories. They appear appropriate to the space. Parking is accessed mostly through Roger Street. Rotary Trail is an integrated part of traffic flow of biking, driving, and crossing to get to those bridges. 90 Hunter, on the other hand, will have its entrance and exit on Hunter very close to the already congested Tim Hortons, and turning is impossible. Asking schools how they can accommodate the density, the answer is busing. This may deal with overcrowding, but buses need to travel those same bridges and those same streets. 6-story new builds might be managed with additional traffic lights or more parking enforcement, but I honestly can't imagine how multiple high rises won't be the perfect storm when emergency vehicles, buses, large trucks, and regular traffic all comes together. We want a vibrant community, diverse housing, economic growth, and to manage resources we are graced with. Imagine what protects this 2-block area.
1 minute, please.
Not overloading. There appears an aggression in cramming and building into every inch of 90 Hunter to dominate the horizon. Well, size matters. Context matters. Being a good community member or partner matters. For the developer, this build is transactional, a commodity, another build. For those who live there, it's about a relationship to the neighborhood and its small downtown. Let's not forget that they have invested and continue to in so many ways. Daily life includes those 2 blocks. Include their voices and input. Stand with them, defer. Build East City that represents our history and welcomes our future.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Any questions of clarification on land use matters? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So our next delegation is Lucy Dawson. Lucy, if you could please come forward to the podium. Welcome to Council Chambers, and if you could please give us your address. Thank you.
My name is Lucy Dawson, and I live at 34 Cricket Place. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Councilors. I put to you that this is a David and Goliath situation, if there ever was one. I'm sure that many of you present tonight have worked very hard over the years to buy a home, pay off a mortgage, and establish a place that you can call your own. I find it deeply troubling that developers, enabled by Premier Ford, can exploit the village of Ashburnham. Excuse me. I understand the financial straits in which Mark Street United Church finds itself, and I applaud reasonable efforts to save it. But I ask, at what cost to all the citizens of East City, not just the immediate neighbors? We are not NIMBYs. The Hunter Street East neighborhood has already seen TVM conversion of the former St. Joseph's Hospital into apartments, the construction of 3 tasteful new apartment buildings between Mark and Rogers Street, and the TVM development at Hunter Street and Armour Road. Hunter Street is now widely known as Apartment Alley. What other ward has seen such explosive development? You all have heard concerns about the volume of traffic on Hunter Street, the most direct route between the EMT headquarters and the PRHC. Inevitably, traffic signals will have to be installed at Mark Street, making for 5 sets of traffic lights in 3 blocks. The official plan defines compatible development as development that enhances the character of the surrounding community without causing any undue adverse impacts on adjacent properties. It is staff's opinion that the application and all supporting material has struck an appropriate balance between compatibility and sameness. Really? Does that mean that city staff guarantee that property values in the immediate vicinity will not be negatively affected by the looming presence of this monolith? Or that the destruction brought on by the extended period of construction will be inconsequential? I wonder what, if anything, these people would call adverse. If this application is approved, it is the beginning of the end for the village as we know it. I ask you respectively to decline this application and rethink the matter carefully. Let David win this battle too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions of clarification? Councillor Rial, please.
Through the chair to Ms. Dawson, thank you very much, Lucy, for hosting me and your husband, certainly, and talking about what the impact is, do you think, on your property. Certainly the same question that I had for Courtney. You're going to be, the side of your yard is going to be roughly in a 5-story parking garage.
Yes.
So I know you've spent a considerable amount of money moving your property, and certainly it's a beautiful piece of property.
Thank you.
So what do you think the impact is? Or how do you feel about what the impact is going to be?
I feel very
when you
nervous.
when you face a 5-story parking garage.
Yes, I feel very nervous, and I have to admit, thank you, that my husband and I have made it our little private home, and you know, I've been there for 27 years, and it's a perfect little spot. It's not maybe what everyone else would want, but it is quite lovely. And all of a sudden, we're impacted by having a 10-story building, and then it goes to 17-story. It truly does impact us.
Okay, thank you very much. Seeing no additional questions, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next registered delegation is Mark Finnan. If you could please come forward. We just need your address, please, sir, and
My name is
welcome.
Mark Flynn. I'm from St. Luke's Avenue in East City.
Thank you.
I've been a resident of East City for almost the last 20 years. Many of the objections that I would raise to this rezoning application and the subsequent bill proposal have already been mentioned, and some of them have been mentioned by members of council here. So I'm going to edit my presentation accordingly, but at the same time, I feel obliged to reiterate some of the points already raised, but from my own perspective. As one of the many who see this proposal of 17 stories, and even the previous TVM proposal of 10 stories as being inappropriate on the site at 90 Hunter Street East, I'm asking this council to reject the planning department's approval of the rezoning application on the following grounds. There has been no public consultation with the local community regarding a 17-story development on this site. The proposed development does not address the pressing need for affordable housing, which is the crisis we are faced with not only province-wise, but indeed all across the country. Many well-informed commentators on this issue have singled out this need in the current housing stock, both old and new. A need that should be given priority, in my view, in all future bills in the city of Peterborough. Although not specified in the legislation, that is the provincial legislation, I assume that providing affordable housing rather than so-called luxury apartments is part of the intention of the so-called Get It Done bill passed by the province. The TVM proposal for 90 Hunter Street East will not resolve in any manner, shape, or form the pressing need for affordable housing in the city of Peterborough. As a local resident who both walks and drives along Hunter Street East on almost a daily basis, I have, especially following the recent apartment bills on the street, noticed not only an increased traffic presence, which is to be expected, of course, but traffic congestion, especially at certain times of the day. It's obvious that this problem will only get worse with the presence of more vehicles due to the capacity sought in the proposal by TVM Inc. I have already observed and been part of repeated bottlenecks on the eastbound stretch between Rogers and the recently installed traffic lights at the Rotary Trail crossing. During school term, there is also going to be a crossing guard further to the west, as there needs to be at the Marks Hunter Street intersection. Also, this will increase traffic block. During morning hours and even at other times, one encounters stalled traffic at the single enter-exit lane at Tim Hortons, which probably, in my view, should never have been allowed. A significant increase in local traffic, which this proposed development will undoubtedly create, is only going to exacerbate an already existing problem. We are experiencing an ever-increasing climate crisis and environmental degradation on a global scale, both of which have detrimentally impacted communities and led to loss of life and property all across the country as never before.
1 minute, please, sir.
We may be inclined to think that such adverse weather conditions will not affect us until, like in other communities who thought the same, they do. Given that this site is known to have a high water table and has experienced flooding in the past, one can only imagine what might happen in the event of an unprecedented rain event. We may not be playing with fire, but we are certainly challenging nature with this proposed development. In closing, I ask members of this council who may be inclined to approve the rezoning change and the subsequent development to personally walk along Hunter Street East, get a sense of its unique character, then step across the street from the site in question and imagine what a 17-story building would do to the surrounding streetscape. And if I may conclude, then proceed north a short distance on Mark Street and imagine the effect of such a high-rise apartment building on local residences. Having personally engaged with the area, then ask yourself these questions. Is the proposed development of a 17-story apartment building appropriate on that site? And would you want such a building adjacent to your home?
Thank you, sir. Any questions of clarification? And I see you're getting lots of hands, sir. There we go. Hand
Thank you.
waves. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, our next speaker is Rebecca Gray from Ashburnham neighborhood. Is Rebecca perhaps in the overflow room? Thank you. Okay, well, we're at 8:08 and we're on delegation number 7. She's not here. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Security. Rebecca's not here. If she happens to show up, we'll put her back on the list. So Andrew McGregor, could you please come forward, sir? And if you could give us your business address, sir. I got your note.
Thank you. Hi,
Hi,
Andrew
welcome.
McGregor, 141 Charlotte.
Thank you.
I'm also an East City resident, and I actually came prepared with a different statement, but encountered some information that might change how I feel and think about things. And I wonder, Chair Parnell, if it's appropriate to ask the earlier presenting city staff a question before I continue. Is that okay?
Why don't you ask me?
Very good, thank you. In the presentation about from your city staff drum, he showed that there would be a hold placed on the application for archaeological, not a dig, it's not a, but the archaeological study that has to be done. And I think I recall him suggesting that there would be a hold also waiting for clarification or approval or some such about the setback. And I wonder if I misheard because it was also not on the slide.
I think that's something we can probably ask the proponent or the applicant about that.
Very good, then
Okay.
I'll just continue then.
Yes, please.
Very good. Many of my colleagues and neighbors have addressed precisely the thing that I would have liked to have added to the conversation here. And I feel obliged to further a singular point, maybe to the extreme. I am an East City resident and did withhold my personal address and appreciate that, but I also do live beside a proposed commercial building, where I found myself and my wife in a minor variance application meeting and discovered that this commercial property that is beside my house and intends to build is actually within 10 meters of my home already. It's already there, and there's nothing to do about it. It exists, and they're going to build a building, and they're going to install a commercial tenant. And this commercial tenant could be whatever they want. They make a promise about who will move in firsthand, but since the building exists, any tenant can move in. We discovered through this minor variance meeting that the placement of a garbage bin, a greasy garbage bin, would go in between their commercial installation and my home, and I would smell it forever. So through this meeting, I discovered that actually because the setback was there, that's there, and that the essentially setback was intended to be what exists, and they will have to protect it by putting their garbage bins on the other side. The implication here being that living beside a commercial property and without the appropriate setbacks, and if there is supposed to be a hold on this rezoning application to discuss that setback, then the implication here being that once the building is built, if it is built without the appropriate setbacks, then it will exist grandfathered existentially forever. No matter the commercial tenant is, they will always be able to make use of those commercial amenities. And my colleagues and neighbors have made great demonstration of the location of parking lots adjacent to residential lots. I believe in one of the first drawings, and I'm pleased to see that maybe it has been adjusted, but in one of the first drawings, there was a 4-story parking lot that was within arm's reach outside of my neighbor's window. So imagine that you're a commercial tenant and you have this new space that you're moving into, and you're going to make every use of it. Flood lamps, cars. It's C6 zoning, so you could put a restaurant in there if it was ventilated properly, and all of the noise and smells that comes from those kinds of things without the appropriate setbacks, then they're enshrined forever. So I would like to offer to council perhaps the consideration to defer this vote until such a hold, if I am understanding correctly, is to be applied to this zoning application, that it be deferred until after that hold is addressed, since they go hand in hand.
Thank you. To perhaps reassure you, it still does have to go through site plan, and there are definite rules about site plan. Your comments have been heard, even though it's in relation to another property. Perhaps that will help a little bit, and we'll, and perhaps the applicant can speak to it when he has an opportunity to speak. Did you have anything else you wanted to add? And then I'll go to questions. You have 40 seconds left.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I thought it would be perhaps humanizing to hear that this process does happen often, and that there are people living beside commercial installations, and to share my personal story with my own experience as to how this zoning application will affect the site plan and the nearby neighbors.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll take it into account. Are there any questions of clarification? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. McGregor.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Okay, next up is Mary Delaney. Are you here, Mary? Welcome. And if you can just give us your address, please, and the clerk's helping you with the mic.
I live at 126 Sutherland Place. And earlier, somebody asked why people move to East City. Well, I'm not Old Stock East City. Although I was born here, went to university here, have owned property and paid taxes here since 2005, and have always considered it my second home. We only moved to Peterborough in August of 2023. I am a grateful and contributing member of my new city and my new neighborhood, Ashburnham. I've attended town halls and worked on elections, volunteered, donated to charities, attended theater and concerts, supported craft sales and bazaars, gone to the farmer's market, and have always bought local. What I haven't done, however, is attend a meeting to discuss a 17-story high-rise on my little main street. Had there been such a meeting, I would have been there. I'm still buzzing from a week that included 10 10-minute plays for $10 at the Theatre Guild, choir at Del Prairie Park, topped off by a weekend of top Canadian and local talent at the longest free folk festival in Canada, where I wash dishes. What a community we have. But it made me think of everyone driving into town past the Canoe Museum, one of the top 15 cultural must-sees in North America, according to Time magazine, along the canal and under the internationally recognized engineering marvel that is the lift lock, up and over the drumlin to Hunter Street, where the most dominant view should be the iconic Quaker Oats hopper, not a 17-story bombie knocker. I was walking the trail recently when a little boy asked his grandpa, "Is that the Eiffel Tower?" We all shared a smile, but it made me think, what do we want to be known as? Quakerville or mini Mississauga? Home of the Canoe Museum or the city that destroys its cultural assets for a quick buck? But back to that bombie knocker. Imagine, if you will, that a neighborhood is a fruit basket, the usual array of apples and oranges, bananas and grapes. Then someone adds strawberries. Technically not a fruit, but still fruity. Someone else adds figs. Again, not fruit, but like the strawberries, fits the criteria in every other way and actually adds to the general appeal of the fruit basket. Then somebody sticks in an eggplant. No, you say, definitely not a fruit. And then, without telling you, said somebody swaps out that eggplant and replaces it with a zucchini. And not just any zucchini, but one of the ones that got away. A monstrous zucchini. What my kids called a bombie knocker. Former Ag Minister, you're taking this all in, right? Okay, good. And then, without discussing it with anyone, they have that fruit basket delivered to everybody's favorite auntie in the hospital. You know where I'm going. 6 stories, strawberries and figs. 10 stories, eggplant. 17 is a bombie knocker. In the 2 years since we've moved here, we've seen 3 6-story buildings added to a very small area with little complaint from the community. We're not opposed to housing. The missing middle is critical. Gentle density is wise density. Affordable housing is in desperate shortage. Sustainable development that does not destroy community is vital. This monstrosity is none of the above. There's a temptation when things get tough to go for a quick fix. Years ago, Midland, where I grew up, put an ugly factory on its gorgeous Georgian Bay harbor at the end of the downtown, and then spent much of the following half-century trying to restore the downtown because really, that harbor and tourism are its biggest asset. Many of us tonight are referencing principles laid out in the Central Area Urban Design Guidelines. Ensuring Quaker Oats remains the dominant view, our own Eiffel Tower falls under
1 minute, please.
Protecting public views. And pretty much everything else is summed up in the phrase, supporting and creating vibrant and unique neighborhoods. And that, in a nutshell, is Ashburnham. A few weeks ago, the Toronto Star waxed eloquent about Peterborough. And then the mayor waxed eloquent about the article. Visit the next door neighborhood, said the article. Ashburnham retains a distinct character. Hunter Street East still feels like a small town Main Street. Across Europe and in progressive communities all across Canada, these low streetscapes and heritage downtowns are being recognized, protected, and cherished. They're building houses there that are attractive, affordable, and low. Why can't we? Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very entertaining. Are you part of a theater group? Yep, you should be. Very good. Any questions of Councillor Rial, please?
Mary, thank you very much for being here. I want to order a fruit basket without zucchini. Okay, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you. Is that it?
Looks like it. Thank you so much. Okay, our next delegation is John McMillan Jones, and there's a presentation noted. Mr. Clerk, do we have one to load? Or are you, yes? Okay. Thank you. Welcome, and we will need your address, please, sir.
I'll adjust this now for myself, and then Mr. Bennett won't have to when he gets here. John McMillan Jones, 482 Driscoll Terrace, and I have to say it's a pleasure to be addressing council once again. It's been a few years, but glad to be back. With apologies to my wife, I'm going to go off script. Yeah, I know. Danger, danger. She was the main writer of what we have to present here, and I will come back to it. But as the chair has asked, when things have been mentioned before, let's not mention them again. So I'm going to cut and paste within my mind. And to answer Councillor LaChica's question from earlier, I'll get to that right away. We've been in East City for 35 years. We came here when Kathy was pregnant with our first child. We've since raised 2 incredible adults. And we came because it was East City. There was the river, there was green spaces. There was what everybody called the East City Bakery, but of course it was properly known as the Better Home Bakery. Now it's a flower shop. There's a pharmacy to walk to. There's a great supermarket to walk to. There are barbershops. There are a couple of bookstores. I mean, it's just, I think I'm quoting Mr. Drum from earlier today. It's a perfect neighborhood. And he's talking about, and we're talking about, the existing neighborhood, not that incoming monstrosity, as someone has said. Okay, calm down, John. We attended the June 24 open house at Mark Street United Church, and that's what it was. It was an open house. It wasn't a public consultation. It was a presentation from the developers, from the church representatives on site. And there was a robust challenge to the idea of putting a 10-story residential and commercial building on that tiny lot. At the time, it covered 73% of the lot. City bylaw says maximum 50%. Well, if you look at the staff report that we all just received, that has now gone up to 77%, and staff has approved it. That's ridiculous. Earlier question about raising trees. Yes, the developer has given some sway in terms of the setbacks he wanted, but he had to get closer to the 9 meters that the city has in the bylaws. But as mentioned earlier, you can't grow a tree on a 4-meter setback. It's just ridiculous, right? So we went to that open house meeting, and a year later, when it became a 17-story, we were gobsmacked. That was completely inconsistent with the tenor of that open house meeting. Completely inconsistent. So also earlier, and I'm gonna now demonstrate, if you don't mind. Questions was asked of the planner, and he wasn't able to address it. But I've done the measurements and the research, and I can address it. And this is supposed to be about land use. Great. This building will cast shadows. And let me demonstrate. Let me be that 57-meter tall building. I'm facing north, like that building is.
Sir, I'm sorry, you do have to go to the mic or the people at home cannot hear you. That's okay. Thank you.
Facing north, just like the building. In the middle of winter, from November to January, our house, over 100 meters away, will be in shadow for a couple of hours every morning. When the sun comes up, there's the sun. When the sun comes up in the southeast, around 8 o'clock in the morning, the shadow of that building will be cast to the west, and it'll be wide, like my hands are spread right now, and it will be up to a half a kilometer long. I've done the measurements. I've done the calculations. It will span across the Otonabee River, north of, upstream of Quaker Oats. As the sun rises, of course, the shadow will get shorter and narrower, and at midday, when the sun's at its peak, that shadow will still go 160 meters up Mark Street, almost to Duro Street. And in that time, our friends on Driscoll Terrace, Driscoll Terrace, their homes will be in shadow from the time the sun comes up until almost noon, 4 hours. Half of the available sunlight at the darkest time of the year. And how can that be acceptable?
Okay, thank you, sir. Well, do we have any questions of clarification? Councillor Baldwin, please.
First of all, through the chair, John, I now know why so many students at Adam Scott enjoyed your physics classes. Well, I got to admit, your presentation on the arms and the shadows, I'm not really there. Do you think you could spend another minute or so really explaining the impact of what you're telling us?
Yeah, happily. And this actually goes back to the open house. At the open house, EcoView had 2 shadow casting diagrams out for people. They were March 21st and September 21st, the spring and fall equinoxes. And I went to the EcoView people and I said, why those 2? They're identical. If you know anything about the movement of the sun around the earth, et cetera, it's, wait, does the sun go around the earth or does the earth go around the sun? There's one of those great questions, right? They're identical mappings. And I said, why not do December 21st, right? That's when the shadows are the longest. That's when the sun is at its lowest height in the southern sky. Oh, and it's also mentioned in the staff report, and it was mentioned earlier, that a longer shadow, and certainly a 17-story building is going to cast a longer shadow than a 10-story building, but they say it moves faster. That's only partially true. And it masks the reality that anyone like Gary who's played hockey, or anyone who's played baseball or golf or tennis or anything with an extension to your arm, the end of that long object moves faster than the near end of that object. And so, yes, the shadow that will span my house almost 200 meters away might only last 2 hours. But those people that are on Cricket Place and close by, like Desmond on Mark Street, their homes will be in shadow for 4 hours a day in the middle of the darkest part of the year. I'm sorry, does that help, Gary?
It helps me.
I can.
No, through the chair, that helps me fine. Thank you, John.
Thank you. Councillor Burke, please.
Thank you, Chair Parnell, and through you to Mr. McMillan Jones. Thank you for your presentation, and you just sparked my interest. We have, I believe, the city is embarking upon a redevelopment at the East City Bowl, the baseball diamonds, right? And given your studies on the shadow and how far it's going to cast, will that shadow encroach on the sports facilities?
Interesting question, because I've only focused on the shadowing in the wintertime, because in terms of public health, the connections between sunshine and mental health are well documented. But what you're talking about are baseball fields that from this building are southwest. So when will they be affected? They'll be affected in the summertime, right? Here we go. In the summertime, now I'm still facing north. I'm that building facing north. In the summertime, the sun's rising up here in the northeast. So the shadow is opposite that. It's in the southwest. And when the sun rises, that shadow is at its length, its greatest length and its greatest girth. And that building, as seen earlier, it's not a square cross section. It's narrow on the 100th Street side, and it's deeper going north. So when that sun comes up, it's hitting both sides of that building. The size of that shadow is going to be substantial. And sure, through the day, as the sun rises higher, the shadow will get shorter. And as it moves, it'll get narrower, because by midday, it's due south of that building. But yes, it will impact on those fields.
Thank you very much.
I love
Councillor Real, please.
Through the chair to Mr. Jones, and John, thank you very much for being here. You alluded to the fact that you were at the meeting in June of 2024. So was I at the meeting. So my question is what did you gather from that meeting, of any of the presentation, as opposed to what happened a year later in a proposed 17-story building? I guess the question is, what were you told at that meeting by the consultant, by the proponent, and by the member of the church membership that was there, as opposed to now what's being proposed is a 17-story building. I was at that meeting too.
I have to say, the sense I got at the meeting in talking to the people from EcoView and the representatives of TVM Group, they felt it was fait accompli. They felt that this was the best thing that could ever happen to East City, and why would anybody want to speak against this? So the two things that struck me the most impactfully was, as I said already, when they came back a year later with a 17-story proposal. And the justification that they came up with was that, well, there were all these complaints about insufficient parking and that there was going to be spillover into the city streets. And so in order to address that, we had to go bigger and higher. And I was again just gobsmacked, because in the original 10-story presentation, there were, I believe, roughly 150 units, but there were just over 100 vehicle spaces. And we questioned them, like, how's that going to work? Like, oh, you want to rent this apartment, but sorry, you don't get a vehicle space. Is it a lottery system? And that's where we were concerned. They said, well, it's a walking neighborhood. There'll be a lot of people that won't have a vehicle. I don't know anybody over the age of 50 who doesn't have a vehicle. So now they've gone to over 200, slightly over 200 apartment units, but they still only have, I believe, a little over 150 vehicle spaces. Oh, but they have bicycle spaces. Great. You can rent this apartment, but we'll give you a choice. You can have a bicycle or you can have a vehicle. Like, that's not a justification for going from 10 stories to 17 stories when you really have not addressed the concern, which is that you're not giving people a chance to live in your building and have a vehicle. So where are those people going to park? And the one accommodation, it's already been mentioned, they're going to provide 38 parking spaces for the people from the church, for some contractor who's going to make money, running that concession. It's not going to solve the problem. There's traffic issues. There's congestion issues. We live on Driscoll Terrace. We see the traffic that bombs down our street now because they don't want to go through Hunter Street and have to stop for that very inconvenient pedestrian crossing that has now got a light on it. In fact, people have almost been run over because drivers don't want to respect that light. They just came through a light at Rogers Street, and now there's another one less than 100 meters away. That's ridiculous.
Okay, we need to wrap up, please. Any further questions? Nope. Seeing none, thank you very much.
That's my pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, our next registered delegation is Daryl Bennett, representing Mark Street United Church. Welcome back to Council Chambers, sir.
Well, like my previous speaker, I've been quite a number of months missing from City Council. John just found out, though, there was a lady behind me that hasn't driven a car, and she's over 50 years old, and there's reasons for that. I'll be brief tonight, and thank you so much for the opportunity to address this matter. I'm speaking in favor of it for obvious reasons. Number one, there's no official plan amendment that's required. That tells me this project is within the policies that are established by the city and by the province to guide future growth for our community, our whole community. We can chat about the number of stories. Staff has done a great job. The ones who've been directly, indirectly involved and directly involved have brought you a report that is very sound, that covers off all of the planning aspects of what we're looking for. That's really not part of the debate, the number of stories. We're looking at are we compatible? And do we comply with the official plan, the city staff, and all the studies that were done? Numerous studies. I think there was 14 mentioned. The number of those were done more than once. That's important to recognize that there's been nothing that's come out of those that has not been addressed appropriately by the developer. So the answer to the question tonight is, do we support this? And the answer should be yes. We support it for the right reasons. We have a 1% vacancy rate in this city that's been there for too long. You need all sorts of housing accommodation, not just strictly one style or another style. It has to be an abundance of new places that come in to offset the number of units that need to be filled by people who come to this community. There's going to be people that are going to transport to this community because of the nature of it. This adds to that, is to not subtract from it. We can go through any number of studies that can be done for any number of reasons, and you're going to get a variety of opinions. You've heard a lot of opinions this evening. You've also heard from staff the important ones, and that's that it meets all the policies that has been established by this council, by other councils, and will hold for the future as long as that official plan is in place. So I applaud you. I applaud all of you for putting your names out to be elected, number one, to manage all the decisions, the tough decisions that need to be made, and understand the importance of them, not just for today, but what's going to happen in the future. So tonight, I'm here to speak in favor of the report, in favor of this application, and in favor of ensuring that this will be a statement for the future of what needs to happen in this community, not looking back to the past about what has happened. We need more builds of this nature. I think it was mentioned in one of the reports that I read that this will generate somewhere in the $500,000 range for taxes. 4 of those equates to about 1% on your overall tax shelter, I'll call it. But it will mean that each time you do 5 of these units, you're going to have more than enough money to start offsetting other programs that need serious attention in this community. So thank you for allowing me to address you. Thank you for being here, and thank you all for what you're doing on behalf of our city.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett.
I forgot to tell you.
Oh.
Daryl Bennett, 728 Rye Street, Peterborough, Ontario.
Thank you. You preempted me. Okay, Councillor Duguay has some questions.
Thank you.
So there goes my mic cover. Mr. Bennett, welcome back to the council chambers. Sir, we heard in an earlier speaker that this development would give rise to the elimination of certain programs and activities I suspect are happening within the church auditorium. There are several. Can you advise council and the public, will those programs, is it your understanding those programs which could still be accommodated through the church? I believe there's an expansion plan at the back of the sanctuary. Is the intent to accommodate those same programs in that building expansion?
Thank you for your question. And yes, there'll be additional space that will be added to the church facilities going forward, not as large as we have had. I will tell you, there's been concern about tearing down that addition that was put on the building back in the 1950s. It needs more money spent on it than it would cost to replace it, quite frankly. To bring it up to the new standards, to bring it up to a usable standard, we had to stop renting it on that basis. So it's going to sit empty for a bit. One way or the other, it's going to be demolished. It's not feasible to keep operating that portion of it. We're getting a new hall in the back of the building, and we have the existing facility within the church that can be reutilized once the building's complete.
Thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to ask the question.
Thank you. Councillor Burke, please.
Chair Parnell, thank you through you to Mr. Bennett. Thank you for coming and for your comments. It's my understanding that you're active in this project from the side of the church and sort of helping the church align with the developer to make this project happen. Is that correct?
We are the owners of the property, and we've entered into an agreement with TBM to market the property to them.
Thank you. And through the chair, when you entered into that agreement, was there some commitment required from the church to enter into that agreement?
Some commitment from the church?
Yeah, through the chair, what was the decision-making process? What did the decision-making process look like for the church? Is there a board that had to decide on whether or not to enter into the agreement? What did that look like?
Certainly, the Board of Trustees brings the proposal to the church council, and the church council takes it to the entire congregation. Congregation votes on it, then the trustees are empowered to enter an agreement with the developer.
Thank you. And at the time of the church trustees and the congregation entering into the agreement, was that for the 10-story version of the build or for this version of the build that we're looking at, which is 17 stories?
We entered into agreement to sell the property or to market the property, not to get involved in the development.
Was there any, at those meetings, was there any, site mock-ups or anything? Did any of the Board of Trustees ask to see what the development would look like?
We asked for any information that they could bring forward as the development process was developed. And that's how we ended up with the 17 stories now, quite frankly.
But was the information brought forward at the 10-story version of the project or at the 17-story?
At both.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you very much, Mr. Bennett.
Thank you.
I want to just scan and see, do we need a 5-minute break or do we keep going? I guess we'll keep going. Okay, we're keeping going. So Chris Megwood, are you here? Is that you? Welcome. And if you could please give us your address, please, Chris.
Sure. Yes. Thanks for hosting this meeting and giving me the opportunity to express my ideas. I'm Chris Magwood, 136 and a half James Street. You can ask me why the city gave us a half at another time. I want to start by saying that I'm actually, like other people who've spoken, in favor of development in the city generally and have been supportive of all the recent efforts to redevelop and densify East City. And similar to some of the other folks, would have been quite supportive of a lower rise building in this place. I actually find this proposal a bit baffling, really. As it's been mentioned by other delegations, there are a surprising number of ways in which this proposal seems to fly in the face of what reasonable citizen expectation would be for how something like this, something precedent-setting like this happens in the city. Sure, it meets, the exact letter of the law, but you're not expecting the exact letter of the law to result in something of this nature. So building size, setbacks, traffic, you heard about them, all require pretty surprising major exceptions to our expected norms for people who live in Peterborough. So I have lots of strong concerns about this proposal, but I'm going to limit myself to a single way in which this proposal is in direct conflicts with the city's own official plan, and that's the climate portion of the plan, which is outlined in section 5.7. As background, I'm a researcher and policy specialist focused on decarbonization of buildings. I've developed tools, studies, and policies that have supported decarbon initiatives for Natural Resources Canada, the National Research Council, City of Toronto, City of Vancouver, as well as ResNet and leading builders of America in the United States. Having reviewed the proposed development at 90 Hunter Street, I would like to bring to Council's attention the fact that this development is in direct conflict with the city's official plan, section 5.7, which has the intent to, in quotes, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and then specifically developing strategies to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and improve resiliency in 5.7b, promoting zero or low carbon and energy efficient built forms in 5.7c, and the promotion of innovative residential and public building designs that contribute to low carbon design and energy use reduction, 5.7d. I want to point out that unless this development is required to meet stringent carbon emissions targets for both its operational and embodied carbon, the development will result in the locking in of high GHG emissions for decades to come. I've outlined in my written submission substantial evidence that the upfront and operational carbon footprint of buildings rises significantly as buildings get taller. Current development in the city actually sits in the sweet spot of 4 to 10 stories when it comes to climate impact. Buildings higher than 10 stories have significantly higher carbon, embodied carbon, and operational carbon emissions. The Centre for the Sustainable Built Environment at University of Toronto did a study on optimal building height and concluded, on average, multi-unit, missing middle, 4 to 10 story buildings have lower embodied greenhouse gases emissions per bedroom than single family and mid to high rise buildings, and could reduce emissions across neighborhoods by 46.7%. Similarly, a paper in the journal Nature determined that a shift from high density low rise to high-density high-rise increases life cycle greenhouse gas emissions by up to 140% for the same population size. Studies for the cities of Halifax and Victoria reach similar conclusions. Should the city decide to contradict its plan and allow this development, it should only do so after requiring the proponent to complete a whole life carbon analysis of the project and demonstrate that its climate impact is no greater than a 10-story reference building of the same construction and energy efficiency. Otherwise, the decision to proceed with this proposed development will ensure that the city incurs a major hit to its climate targets. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Councillor Lucci has a question for you, question of clarification.
Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate you coming. And as I mentioned earlier, climate action is close to my heart. And given that 6 years ago, we declared a climate emergency and articulated our intention to apply a climate lens to municipal decision making, it is so important and so top of the pile and so relevant that these pieces are coming forward. We haven't seen and we haven't heard from staff what the climate implications are for a 17-story building. My question is this, and you've shared that your expertise with the ministry and policy around these things, you'll be able to probably answer this question. Is that the reason that there isn't another city that would have a 17-story building in a corridor of this scale? Do you know of another city? Because I've researched and I haven't found one. I know that in the city of Toronto, there is nothing above 10 stories in a corridor of this scale that's in an urban central area. Do you know of any? Thank you.
I don't know that the direct climate impacts of the building are the leading reason that there aren't tall buildings. The city of Toronto has carbon emissions targets as part of its Toronto Green Standard, which for all new zoning applications, they have to meet at least one of the tiers of the Toronto Green Standard, all of which have, both embodied carbon and operational carbon limits. And I think if you put, any building design to the test, as these studies sort of allude, the taller the building gets, the harder and harder it gets to meet sort of reasonable carbon targets. So I wouldn't say that's the reason you don't see those kind of developments, but I think it's a supporting reason for sure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Councillor Baldwin, please.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Chris, thanks for coming. I think you referenced 4 stories to 10 stories where it was the optimal. Of that range, is there one size or height that's better than the others, or are they all kind of bundled together?
I mean, in that range, you start getting into like variations in construction, like type and materials that can make as big an impact as the number of stories. And certainly that's not to say that suddenly an 11-story building gets, many times worse than a 10, but there is, I sent a graph in the thing. There's a very linear relationship between the carbon emissions and the number of stories. So every time you go up, like a 10 is going to be bigger than a 4, 17 is going to be bigger than a 10 in kind of like proportion to each other.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate you coming. Okay, next we have Janice Simmons. If you can come forward, please. Are you here? Yes, you are. Again, we'll have 5 minutes. Please try not to repeat something that's already been said, and please try to keep it to land use issues for a rezoning application. And you may want to pull that mic down a little bit so we can properly hear you. And we need your address, please.
23 Tybee Street, just off of Rogers.
Thank you.
And again, I disagree with the building of the 17 stories. And basically, everybody said there seems to be a standard of 6 to 8. The horizon is pleasing. In addition, eCity Downtown Business Program has spent thousands and thousands of dollars retaining the historical and architectural look of Hunter Street, and putting this monstrosity into the horizon is just so offensive. And people have talked about the shadows and be being in sun and not being able to use solar panels that maybe they would have wanted to, will all be stopped. And if this becomes is acceptable to have 17 stories, what's to stop it from being somewhere else in the city? And I have specific concerns because I'm across from two-story seniors apartment complex who have said they're going to be putting in apartments, but they haven't told us how high. And I sure wouldn't want to be looking at a 17-story apartment from a house I've lived in over 45 years. I've lived in East City my whole life, and it has a residential and urban look. It has parks, and it has a horizon of trees and nice two-story homes. And it has an atmosphere that you don't get in any other area of Peterborough. And I wouldn't want to live anywhere else, but I'll tell you, if I had to I was going to be looking at a 17-story building, I sure wouldn't be staying in my house.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of clarification? Seeing none, thank you. Our next delegation is Summer Meyer. Are you here, Summer? Welcome. You'll probably have to raise the mic.
Yeah.
And we need your address, please.
There we go. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Summer Meyer, and I own a home on Cricket Place. Today, that street and our neighborhood are under threat. Towering high-rises are being proposed in East City, threatening not just our gardens and our sunshine, which we've discussed much tonight, but the very character, scale, and sense of community that makes East City such a special place to live. East City has always had its own identity. As one of Peterborough's oldest neighborhoods, once the independent village of Ashburnham, it remained distinct until it merged with Peterborough in the 1950s. With its deep industrial and residential history, heritage homes, and community landmarks, it's not just another neighborhood. It's a place with character that attracts people to Peterborough, and it has a rich history worth preserving. When I walk down Hunter Street, I see little shops that give our neighborhood its soul. The East City Diner, Greasy Spoon, I've loved since high school. The character-filled storefronts, the bike trails, the parks, the historic lip walks, the Peterborough Museum. These are all features that attract not just tourists, but residents who want a real neighborhood to call home. A 17-story tower risks erasing what makes East City so vibrant, replacing community with concrete. Yes, we need housing, but we must ask what kind of housing and where. Shouldn't the people who already live in East City, the people whose lives will be most affected, be part of defining what compatible development looks like? Council's own definition says compatible development enhances the character of the surrounding community without causing undue adverse impacts. Yet this proposal clearly causes adverse impacts. It increases traffic and noise on already congested corridor between a bridge and a wonderful one-way tunnel. It overshadows homes and gardens on three sides and sets precedent for more large-scale high-rises in an inappropriate location. It strains infrastructure, including school systems. Kawati is already at capacity and is shifting from kindergarten to grade 7 down to kindergarten to grade 6 for next year. It introduces a modern high-rise design completely out of step with East City's historic character. The so-called consulting process was not genuine. One developer-hosted open house for a 10-story building cannot be called community engagement, especially when the proposal has since ballooned to 17 stories without further consultation. This is not collaboration, it is development pushed through without respect for our residents. And make no mistake that improving this tower sets a precedent. If we allow 17 stories here, we open the door to more high-rises, one after another, until East City is unrecognizable. Our small human-scale neighborhood would be replaced with walls of concrete and glass. Communities thrive at a human scale. Research such as Dunbar's number show that people can comfortably maintain around 150 stable relationships, enough to feel connected without being lost in a crowd. A 6-story building can still foster that sense of community, but a 17-story tower looms large, overwhelming its surroundings and alienating the very residents it means to serve. We are not against housing. We are against housing that destroys the character and livability that makes East City such a desirable place to call my home. As stated in the City of Peterborough's official plan, Section 5.0 about cultural heritage, it is the objective of this plan that the cultural heritage resources within the city be identified, conserved, promoted, and enhanced, and that development should occur in a manner which protects and complements the city's heritage. The Royal House building at 6 stories was a fit for height, and it has worked to enhance the Rotary Trail with landscaping and a restaurant which pays tribute to the location's heritage.
1 minute, please.
Okay. In summary, this development risks increasing traffic congestion, strain on schools and infrastructure, increased noise level, and undermines the character, historic charm, and identity of East City. It does not meet the definition of compatible development that City Council itself adopted. We ask for community consultation organized by an impartial third party, or to decrease the proposed building to a reasonable 6-story build. I urge Council to reconsider this proposal and zoning amendment and make a motion today to delay this decision until the community can evaluate the impact of this unreasonable 17-story build that we were blindsided by. Review the city zoning bylaw report that was only made available to us last Thursday, and other documents we now know to ask for, like the heritage impact assessment and the traffic impact study. Let us plan growth that is thoughtful, human-scaled, and respectful of the history and the character that makes East City such a vibrant and unique part of Peterborough. Let's address the housing crisis in ways that truly enhance, not erode or make East City less attractive to homeowners, visitors, and our future generations. Thank you very much.
Okay. Any questions? Councillor Burke?
Thank you, Chair Parnell, and through you to Ms. Meyer. Hi, Summer. Thanks
Hi.
for coming. I don't know if you heard my questions to our staff about asking them how this proposal enhances the neighborhood or is compatible to the neighborhood. In your conversations with the developer or with our staff, have you been given any of those ways in which this project enhances the neighborhood or is compatible to the neighborhood?
I have since asked for the historical assessment. I haven't had a chance to review it. I think the document outlined on Thursday gave us lots of feedback on where we can look for more information. I haven't felt like I've gotten enough information. I've gotten a few letters. I didn't realize it would be pushed forward so fast. I'm literally blindsided, and I would love more time to assess this. I think we have so much to lose. I love East City. I love my home. I've thought about investing more money in my home, but I don't know if I want to. I don't know if I want to stay on Cricket Place because I love the garden. Everything I love about East City is being, I don't know, given away to developers. I'm not okay with this, and 6 stories is okay. And I'd walk away today and say, yeah, go for it. We need more housing, but it needs to match the community.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, our next speaker is Gavin Muir. If you could please come forward, Gavin. Welcome, and we need your address, please, with this rezoning.
And thank you very much for allowing me to address you tonight. My name is Gavin Muir. I live on Trentway Vista in North Crest Ward. I think that makes me fairly unique this evening because I don't have, I don't live in the ward that's actually directly affected, and I also don't have an interest in one of the parties that's bringing this forward. However, what I do want to speak about and why I'm here is I'm a concerned citizen that wants to speak to the impact of this proposal on our city as a whole, because it doesn't just affect Ashburnham. I think, and I'm surprised that to a certain extent I'll agree with Daryl Bennett's comment that this is about the future, because this is about the future. Any decision that's made in planning circles affects us for a long time to come. But I don't agree that this proposal is the appropriate way to proceed. Many others have spoken about the specific concerns, and I had lots of reference to those things in my presentation as well. But obviously, I'm going to try and keep that shorter. I think many people have spoken about just how much of a shock this is to this community
17 stories, unprecedented in Peterborough, is going to be going into that space. I do want to emphasize the importance of this test of compatibility. Compatibility is the most important thing here. This speaks a lot to our future and our vision of this city, and its commitment to building that future. The planning tools we have are the most incredible weapon. I'm not going to say weapon. I will say that they're the tool that allows us to do that, to build our community. And if we're not using it appropriately or actually deferring some of that because there have been changes at the provincial level that suggest there's a different prevailing wind, that's a problem, because our vision should be our vision. It's our community, it's our city. All of yours, all of our constituents in the city, it's mine, these people's back here. And it's going to be for our kids. Development in a community is not an end in itself. It's to build towards this future. And there's a number of reasons why this is important. There's also a serious business concern about this and other development concerns, because how are we going to attract? We just got a lot of bad news in the last little while. We're losing how many industries? We've lost so many retail, large retailers. We're losing a lot, and we're not replacing it. People are taking their money, their businesses, and they're moving, they're going. We're not replacing that. How are we going to show them that we have the integrity to have a vision, to stick to it, to protect it, to protect the incredible asset that is East City, among other assets that we have, and build a future with those in mind? How are we going to bring in more people who want to live here? How are we going to convince businesses to come here and bring their employees to live here? If we can't show that we have a vision and the integrity to protect it using our planning procedures. Compatibility. This, just simply saying 17 stories in this location is shocking. It's very different because it meets some criteria and because there are some mitigation measures that have been proposed. It is still a long way to say this is compatible.
1 minute, please.
So, provincial governments come and go, but the well-established reasonable planning principles, such as that compatibility test, they are ours. And that's to protect that vision that we have. And if we don't use it, people are going to question how solid is that vision and what's our commitment to it. And we need a strong commitment to that. That's what I'm asking council to do this evening, is to commit to our planning procedures, to what is reasonable, and say no to this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Muir. Any questions of clarification? Saying none. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, our 16th delegation is Mr. Kent Randall from EcoView Consulting Services. If you can come forward, sir.
Evening, Madam Chair.
Welcome.
Kent Randall, Principal of EcoView Consulting, for the planners and the agent for the applicant, TBM. And just to the folks in the gallery, get your thumbs ready. We're of course in support of the recommendation of staff. I do want to try to get to everyone's comments, the comments that we've heard. That's part of why I come up here. But I first want to start to just go through a few things that that have been sort of common throughout the process that we've heard. The big thing has been this public process and what we have done to address concerns, what consultation means. Mr. Drum pointed out correctly, Planning Act only requires one public meeting. We're having it right now. The city recommends an open house for larger type developments like this one. We had that. We had that before we even made a submission, which is actually quite uncommon. The reason that we do those open houses is not to have the public consultation process start and end there. It doesn't. I received multiple emails over the months, including emails after and phone calls after the redesign was provided. An open house is not the end all and be all of this. We've heard these concerns. There's nothing that I haven't heard tonight, or that there's nothing that I've heard tonight that I haven't heard already. We are aware of those concerns. There were same concerns with the 10-story design, I might add. And that was a big impetus for us pushing things up, was because of the concerns of the immediate neighbors. And then just in terms of the change, and I understand that this is a big change, and I get it. It's going to be different. I've lived here my entire life. There's never been a building this tall from a residential standpoint. It will be the tallest residential building. I understand that. But we do need housing. And I've heard lots of talk about affordable housing, about different. This is housing too. This counts. This counts towards adding housing to the housing continuum, which in turn will help stabilize rental prices. There was a comment made by Mr. Bennett about the 1% vacancy rate. That's going to contribute to that. We do need housing. Where are people going to go when they come here? The last speaker talking about all the people coming here. They have to live somewhere. And I would hope that people would understand that the people that are coming there want to be in East City. They want to live in East City, and they want to help make the neighborhood even better. I'll just point out, and it has been pointed out, and so I won't repeat it too much, that this does meet the direction of your official plan. It's articulated in there. The higher densities, this is where they're supposed to go. And I know that there was some comments about carbon footprint related to the height of the building. I would argue that this offsets any sort of development that would occur on the fringes of the city, low density development, that sort of thing. We're talking about high density in the downtown core, on transit lines, near walking trails, near existing services. This is what we've always wanted as planners. This has been in provincial plans for over 20 years. Both governments, right? This is not a Rob Ford thing Doug Ford thing that's coming out, right? This has been in place. We're trying to build a complete community, and that's where we're coming from. So quickly, and I know I don't have time.
Okay. Yes, you're fine.
I appreciate that, Madam Chair. So quickly, just to go through some of the comments that were made. So the reports that were done, these were updated. They were all updated to the 17 stories. Nothing was missed when it comes to technical comments. And I will point out, and it has been noted, that there was a traffic study done. It's not outdated. I've heard that it's outdated. I don't know where that came from. It's not an outdated report. Your traffic engineers have verified it and concur with the conclusions. And again, same with your work staff, same with your engineering staff, same with your planning staff. There was the comments about the East City Coate School being overcrowded. Kawartha Pine Ridge has commented on the application, and I think it might have been noted in the report, and they have no concerns. They have no concerns with the capacity of the school. I understand that people may be surprised by that, but that is the conclusion of the school board. Sorry, pardon me. I just need to go through my notes to see if I missed anything.
No, that's okay. And I just want to explain, just so you know, to everybody in the audience, when the registered delegates come, we do have, according to the procedural bylaw, 5 minutes. When the applicant's agent or applicant comes to speak, we do give additional leeway in time because they have to address all the concerns that the 14 previous speakers have raised. So that has been our standard practice since I've been on council in 2010. So you do have some additional time, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I figured as much. I just wanted to be sure. So I will go through some of these. That downtown core designation, it does not have a height limit. That's not being changed by the upcoming amendment that'll be coming forward to you, or the bylaw that will be coming forward to amend the OP. That's in there now. So there is no height limit in that core designation. The heritage impact assessment I think there was an extrapolation of that in one of the presentations. That was just an extrapolation. The heritage planner does recommend that it can be supported with the recommendations provided in their report. In terms of the urban design guidelines, it was pointed out, that's not policy, right? But we do adhere to most of those urban design guidelines. I think the angular plane one is the one that we can't meet. There's some recommendations for setback distances that we can't meet, but that's, as far as we're concerned, that still meets the intent of those guidelines, and it certainly conforms to the OP. There was mention of a potential traffic signal on Mark Street. This development does not warrant that. So I'm not sure what the city's plans are in the future for putting a traffic signal there, but this development does not warrant a traffic signal at any intersection. And then in terms of the compatibility test, I think people are sort of missing the one big part of that definition, which doesn't seem to get mentioned, which is that it can be different. Okay, so it's not that it has to be exactly the same. What we tried to do is we tried to provide a design that would respect those immediate neighbors in the rear, hence the rear design, redesign, but while also providing the density that's needed for the city to grow. So I would say just in closing that as a planner, as a professional planner, this ticks every box that we look for in a development. When it comes to provincial policy, when it comes to local planning policy, it's in a place, as I said, on existing infrastructure. That's not only good for the environment, that's good economically. For an existing infrastructure, we don't need to extend existing infrastructure. Where stores and services are located, and it will bring people to the central area, which is what we want. Those are all my comments for now. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. I actually do have a little list happening here. Councillor Baldwin, you're first. You have the floor. Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair, through you to Mr. Randall. Thanks for coming. You referenced Kawadi Public School. Being a former educator, I know what's going on there. They're moving the grade 7 class for this year to Autonomy Valley School. They're not moving the grade 8 class this year because they want to graduate from Kawadi. And then in 2026, they're moving both the classes, grade 7 and 8, to Autonomy Valley. And that's to accommodate filling up the high schools more than anything else. My question is, you referenced the public school board. You didn't reference the Catholic school board. Any comments with respect to Immaculate Conception?
Through the chair, I don't recall exactly the separate school board comments, so I would probably put that to your staff.
Okay, thanks very much. And I could ask Amit this, but I'll ask you because you're up there now. Was there anything else, any other options that your planning staff and the proponent looked at, as opposed to adding 7 stories to the building? That has certainly been a concern that you referenced and others have. Was there any other option besides going up 7 stories to accommodate parking?
Through the chair, the short answer is there was consideration, but it wasn't possible given the constraints on the site and what we were dealing with. We did want to, and I'll point out that it was shown the step backs. I think it was in Ms. Class's presentation that she shows the step back. So we had a similar design at the rear of the building, and it was higher in Mr. Vandenberg's and Ms. Class's backyard. So it actually rose up higher to about 8 stories. So right now it would be 3.5 with the parking facility. So we were trying to maintain the units as much as we could, keep it at that level, while also pulling the building back. What that resulted in is, as well, with the additional parking, which was a concern that we heard from the public. What that caused was another level of parking, and then that created a situation where we had to put more units above in the point tower. So that was the best way to do it in order to get more parking and to pull the building back. Otherwise, we had to use that space for additional units.
Very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Matt Crowley, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Kemp, for coming tonight. You got up and rhymed off a whole bunch of answers to questions that I was going to ask. So including like the climate studies. Did I do still have a couple of questions on the Chair. Did residents, so the residents that were upset with the lack of consultation when it was moved from 10 to 17, did anybody meet with residents once the 17-story design was decided on?
Yes, through the chair. We, myself and Mr. Sofer met with Ms. Glassens and Mr. and Mrs. Vandenberg on the site. We had a good conversation. We talked about the new design and the things that we could do if this went through site plan approval to try to make things as less impactful as possible to them. And yes, it was a good discussion. That was after the redesign took place.
That's really good. I know that Ms. Klassen actually mentioned, I think it was her that mentioned the separation distance. Did you hear what she mentioned about the separation distance and how it was concerning? Are you able to talk about that?
Through the chair, it was a long time ago now.
It was a few hours ago.
I had written something, I had jotted down though that I think some people have been showing different design iterations.
Okay.
So the west side on her side is 5.8 meters, I believe, from the lot line. That's the width of the setback. And on the other side, it's about 5 meters, and that's at the top. And then there's a little jog, and I think that was highlighted by Mr. Vandenberg. But there is sort of a close point at the corner, it might be about a meter or so. And we've accounted for that in the site-specific zone. Then as you go down below there, it's 2.8 meters. So I think it was said it was 1.4. I'd seen 1, I'd seen a different number here and there, but it's 2.8.
Okay. Has there been any discussion about, I know this is sort of the design that you're going with. Has there been any discussion about, well, due to the sort of consternation of the neighborhood, moving back to the previous design of 10 stories and saying, well, then we can move back to that design then?
Through the chair, there hasn't been. I don't think that that's an option at this point. I will say that the 10-story design received the same type of comments that we've heard throughout, and a lot of them not related to height. So things like traffic, that's not related to height, right? Or infrastructure, that kind of thing, right? So no, I would say we couldn't. And I would just point out that the public consultation process is not, we don't check in at every single point to get design suggestions, right? We try to understand what can we do within what we're capable of doing, what's feasible to address any concerns that may come up. A lot of the concerns we have technical responses for. People aren't going to like it. People aren't going to like that we say the traffic study, which has been vetted, they won't believe that. Okay, so be it. But in terms of just sort of the subjective things about where things should go and that sort of thing, we don't necessarily do a crowdsourcing of a design.
Right.
To put it
Thank
that way.
you.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're done? Okay, thank you. Councillor Burke, please.
Thank you, Chair Parnell, and through you to Mr. Randall Kent. Thanks a lot for being here. Really appreciate all that you have to go through in your line of work. You know, I think a couple of things. You know, I think it's obvious to me that if there was a concern for traffic, whether completely valid by studies or not, that concern would be escalated when you are proposing to have more people on the site. That's what I'm hearing from the community. The other thing is that, you know, you and the people that are representing the project are sort of coming to us as we're considering the 17-story version of this project, and you're sort of pitching it to us like, well, we're just listening to the neighborhood. This is what you guys wanted, you know, and you know, besides the well, you know, you're shaking your head, but you're saying that the design changes from 10 to 17 were based upon the feedback from the 10-story meeting that you had, the open house, some of them. And can you speak to any other specific elements of the project that are directly related to the feedback that you received from the neighborhood?
Through the chair, I can't say there was necessarily anything else. I think the main concerns were things like traffic, the height, shadowing, those sorts of things, right? And no, so I would say there wasn't really anything else. And I would say, you saw me shaking my head. I'm not saying that here you go, you're going to love this. That's not what we're trying to say. We're trying to say that we've presented a plan that covers everything that needs to be good planning, right? It's consistent with the PPS. It conforms to your official plan, right? And we're trying to provide more housing through this development, and that's what we're trying to do. So not everything that gets suggested is going to be feasible in that sense. That makes sense.
You, through the chair, I think some of the comments raised about the school, the elementary school that's close by to the project, were in reference to the fact that that school is full. Now, in your response to those comments, you're saying that comments were received from the school. Are you saying that there will be space and capacity locally? Because we're talking about densification, right? We want people to walk and use transit and access services that are close without having to have a vehicle. So are you saying that the comments from the school board are saying that they will be able to have the capacity to serve the amount of residents that are going to be added to the East City neighborhood?
Through the chair, yes, that's what they said. And that's not my opinion, that's them.
Okay, that's good to know. And I guess finally, you know, in working with developers and in your line of work, is it important for you to be involved in projects that are celebrated by the community?
Through the chair, that's what we would hope for every time. We hope we would have a ticker tape parade every time we do something, and that everybody comes up and says they support it. Well, when I see 17 names on a delegation list, I know that most of them are not going to be in support, and that's just the reality. You know, and we're not gonna please all the neighbors. I understand that, and I've done many of these. And it would be nice, but it's not the reality. All I can say is that all I have is my professional opinion, and that's what I'm providing through this application, through my report, and through what I'm saying tonight.
Finally, Chair Parnell, is it safe to say that the performa for a developer that is doing this for profit, the performa is much greater at a 17-story model than a 10-story model?
Through the chair, so are you saying will they stand to make more money, or what are you saying?
Well, I mean, when a developer is looking at a project, there's certain things that they need to get out of that project, right? Yeah. Profit, other things. Is it more advantageous for the developer to have a project of this scale than of a scale from at around 6 stories or 10 stories?
Through the chair, no, actually, in a lot of cases, because of building costs and because of unit yield, a lot of things go into it. So the whole whack of things. Mr. Sofer is going to come up. He may shed some light on it, but no, it doesn't actually. And that's why you see in some cases, and you will see more developments like these coming through where there's going to be height. So that's something that isn't necessarily correlated. Like it doesn't just mean that 6 stories is going to be, you're going to make this much, or you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm through the chair. You know, I'm the vice. I'll wrap it up. I sit on the board for Peterborough Housing Corp, and we've been along through many projects that are coming to fruition, looking to maximize our footprint of Peterborough housing sites to create housing. And the performa for those projects is that it becomes much more affordable for us to build the larger those projects are. So my question to you was is it more profitable for the developer to come in with a 17-story project versus a 10-story project?
Okay, so you're essentially, through the chair, you're essentially asking about the economies of scale. Like when you get to a certain point, you're going to have, there's a break-even point, right? I can't really speak to that specifically as it pertains to this. That's all I can say.
Thank you very much. Councillor Jacob, please.
Well, thank you very much, Chair Parnell. Kent, thank you for coming tonight. We appreciate it. I just hope, and here's the question, I hope you can understand, and can you understand that as councillors, it's our responsibility, and it's what we care about and what we do to listen to our community and the constituents. And you know, we've heard, and you're working diligently with staff. We recognize there's legislation, building faster. I mean, infrastructure planning and growth management is my portfolio. There's nothing I care about more than our housing crisis and our affordability crisis. So I get that we need to build and we need to do it urgently. But unless we align, this is what I'm wondering, if you can understand when we ask these questions, unless we align the priorities of this particular community with our strategy for development, I don't think that we're going to be meeting the needs and drawing people to the city in the way we need to. Because unless we address our affordability, our housing crisis, our homelessness crisis, just building the regular housing stock isn't going to meet the needs of our people. So do you understand that? And do you understand the struggle it is for not just 5 or 6 or 7 people? We've been hearing from everyone about the conundrum of 17 stories in Ashburnham at $2,600 a unit, up to that much. You know, in Toronto, we know that.
Question, please.
Yes, I'm getting to that. We know that we have empty shells and ghost buildings that can't be filled because of high rents or high mortgages, and things not even being completed. So we're not going to draw them. And can you speak to this around height and massing? And you said we're aligning with the urban design guidelines. Building heights play an important role and can impact the character and quality of the street. Consistent height and massive buildings along the street edge ensures visual continuity and maintains the pedestrian scale at the street. And it's also important to reduce the visual mass of large single buildings. Central area urban design guidelines. New buildings should consider and respect the scale and massing of adjacent buildings and provide all the things that we've been asking about. This is what the central area urban design guidelines inform. You're saying we're compatible with legislation. I recognize that, but just because we can does not mean that we must. And so what have you got to say about the height and massing issue here? It is a real issue. It does not align. Could you please make a comment? Thank you.
Okay. For your first question, do I understand? I absolutely understand. You guys have a tough job, right? And you do have to balance a lot of different interests. You have to balance the interests of the city. You have to align with your official plan. You have to, any decision you make shall be consistent with the provincial planning statement. So I get it. And you're not, those policies are not always going to align with specific people's, opinions about things. So yes, I do understand and appreciate it. In terms of the urban design guidelines, I think the first part, and I don't have it in front of me, so, but the first part that you noted about the streetscape, I think, and it would be nice if you had your urban design, that would just be my suggestion, have one of your urban design planners here, to just speak about how the public realm interfaces with that streetscape, and that what we have here is a podium, and then it steps back to a tower. That doesn't mean you're not going to see a tower. If you crank your neck up, you're obviously going to see a tower. But the idea is that we have the podium is the interface. The podium is what interacts with the streetscape. And so that's why there's a push, and it's certainly a push at the city and through those urban design guidelines, that you can go tall. You just have to do it in a way that respects that streetscape. And how you do that is through podium design. And that's what's done in Toronto and a lot of those places.
Supplemental through you, Chair.
But you have 20 seconds left, and then you'll be into your next.
Perhaps it would be good to ask if I would like to proceed to my second opportunity rather than just interrupting me like that, Chair. Thank you.
Would you like to proceed to your second?
Thank you. Perhaps if I accede. So the question is, though, do you recognize, though, in places like Toronto, we're seeing towers where there are towers, not towers in Riverside or Leslieville or Queen Street East or Queen Street West. Toronto's my home, and I've talked to planners. I have friends that are designers. This is not typically done. It's not typically done in a residential area that has heritage
Councillor
attributes.
Chica, you are debating.
I am not debating. I'm
Yes,
asking
you
a
are.
question.
No, you're not. It's taking you 3.5 minutes to get to a question. Ask a
And
question for clarification, please. Question of clarification,
please. You're speaking to me in a tone that is disrespectful.
No, I am asking you to ask a question of clarification, please. Thank you.
I have been asking a question if you hadn't interrupted me. In cities like Toronto, do you recognize that the towers are where there are towers? You know, if this were George Street, or if this were in areas where there are towers, you know, you will see councils approving those things because they are not in a residential area with heritage attributes. So I'm asking if you recognize and can acknowledge that fact. There's my question, Chair. Thank you.
Through the chair, I would disagree that that's a fact in this case, because this is in the downtown core area, which is the same designation as George Street. So what we're talking about is the same designation as the core area down here. We're talking about the same intensification policies, the same density requirements, the same height restrictions.
Characteristics, though. Maybe sit downtown, but different characteristics on George Street than in the village of Ashburnham.
So
Thank you.
Okay. No question.
Thank you very much. Okay, Councillor Real, please.
Through the chair to Mr. Randall, thank you very much for coming here tonight. I'm still lost here. Can you tell me how you have met the concerns of the residents? I was at the June meeting in 2024. I know what was presented, and I still am befuddled how you think that you met the concerns of the residents and the questions they asked, because I'm not hearing it from you. I'm not hearing from all the presentation tonight.
Through the chair, I'm not saying that people are going to be satisfied with the answers that we give them. That's what I've said. So when we talk about, if somebody has a comment on traffic and they say, you haven't addressed traffic. Well, he said, here's a traffic study. Well, I don't agree with it. That's how we've addressed the concern, or in our eyes have addressed it. If people are not going to be satisfied with it, then that's their prerogative. They have the right to not be satisfied with that answer. I'm not saying that we've addressed it as in they're satisfied. I just want to be clear about that. Clearly, they're not satisfied. I've heard it tonight.
To the chair, to Mr. Randall, I guess the point I'm making here is you were at the same meeting that I was, and you heard the comments about a 10-story building. The people weren't happy. You come back with a 17-story building. You're saying it doing it because you're meeting the needs of the people, and one of them was transit or transportation and traffic. But you don't, even with the 17 stories, and Mr. Jones pointed out, you don't have the parking spots to meet the needs of the people. You're saying we'll give you a bicycle or transit, but you don't have enough parking spots for the cars that the people are going to rent in a 205-story building. So how can you say that you met it and justify it by building a 17-story building?
Through the chair, we meet the parking requirements of the city zoning bylaw. So we've met those requirements of the city. And I would point out that honestly, when people are renting a place, they are given that they have to consider that if they're not going to have a space, that's what they're going to have to deal with. We've seen this in other places. This is how that sort of situation works. So what Mr. Sofer, the people that he's trying to bring in are people who may not have vehicles, who may be moving in there. They might be students. They might be people who bike, right? And that's what we're trying to get here. And again, we're exceeding the parking requirements of your zoning bylaw. So that's how I would conclude that.
Through the chair, Mr. Randall, I mean, again, you need another point here about the how affordable this here is. There's no affordability. This is market rent. And certainly the meetings that I had 2 weeks ago with Mr. Sofer, and I asked him where his clientele was coming for this building, and he said he would probably hive off people from Ashburnham Realty. He would probably hive off people from his own building at St. Joseph's, and then there would be some new people. So that's going to leave some apartments, but that doesn't lower the rent. And right now, I don't believe that there's just a 1% vacancy rate. There's apartments in the city of Peterborough that are vacant right now because people can't afford them. That's what the reality is here. There's apartments in this town that people can't afford. And so this is market rent. So you're building a building that is market rent is 2,600 or above. So where is this clientele coming from?
Through the chair, I don't know people who need rental housing. So and I never said it was affordable housing. I never said that. I said that adding, and studies show that adding apartments to the stock, to the existing rental stock, does help to regulate prices. I don't know by how much. I can't say. I'm not an economist, but that is absolutely true. And I never said they were affordable as their market rent. I'm not sure who will use them, but specifically, I know, hopefully all walks of life.
My last question is you made a remark about you didn't have to have a meeting. It was kind of you did it as a for the neighbors and brought them together. Would you not sooner have a neighborhood meeting and discuss it with them why there's a 17-story building as opposed to coming here and facing us? Because if you came just without a meeting, without us knowing what was going to happen in the neighborhood, and you presented this here tonight and it was turned down, I don't think it would look good, very good on you and the business that you're running. So why wouldn't you want to have another neighborhood meeting to discuss this? It just boggles my mind.
That's time. You don't have to answer that.
Well, I can
It's
answer. I can answer it. So we decided that the concerns that had been raised prior at the open house, that we were trying to address simply those concerns. Okay. We didn't think it was necessary to put it through the ringer again. We had the information was out there when it was deemed complete. It was put out there, and we're having a public meeting tonight. That's all I'll say to that.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Duguay, please.
Thank you, Chair Parnell. Ken, thank you for your prolonged attendance and participation at the podium. I'm going to ask, Madam Chair, I'm going to ask Mr. Randall a series of questions, if I can. Similar to what I asked Mr. Drum. You may have recalled those queries. So, Mr. Randall, I just want you as a professional planner, and you do have experience with multiple unit housing projects in Peterborough and elsewhere, correct?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. In this case, is an official plan amendment required to permit the proposed 17-story development?
No.
Thank you. In your opinion as a professional planner, does the zoning bylaw amendment application, is it consistent with the policy directives prescribed through the 2024 provincial policy statement?
Yes.
And sir, when you write a planning justification report, and you need to write that, that was a requirement outlined by the city, you consider that document in its entirety, correct?
I did.
Perfect. Now, we recognize some studies filed originally by Madam Chair, and then there were supplementary reports. As the planner of record, you've considered all of those reports?
Yes, I have.
And sir, Mr. Randall, did you identify in any of those reports a showstopper, an issue, a matter that would have said to you as a professional planner that this development should not proceed?
Sorry, I haven't been speaking through the chair, but through the chair, no.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I do have a couple of more quick questions. I'm going to try to keep my time limit under 2 minutes, if I might.
You're doing well.
Thank you. So there's been some notion and discussion here about adequate consultation. And I reckon, and sir, your team had a open house sharing information with the neighborhood about the original proposal, correct?
That's correct, through the chair.
So if I can pose this question, Madam Chair, Mr. Randall, if a subsequent meeting was held and you were to outline and share with the neighborhood a 17-story building, what would change?
Through the chair, I can't say in that hypothetical, but I would guess that probably little would change.
Would you imagine, sir, in that case, that you would have similar concerns of expression that we're hearing tonight if you had that open house?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
And I have one final question, because I have considered the staff report in comprehensive detail. I have visited this site and area many times, walked the neighborhood, and I certainly shop in the east part of our downtown. What's important, Mr. Randall, there was a query, and I'm not wishing to be argumentative with my colleague, Councillor Rael, but I wanted to understand the draft bylaw that's appended to the staff report. It appears to be page 23 and 24. Sir, there is no, the modifications to parking has to deal with maybe the width of a space or the size of the space, but not the volume of site parking, correct?
Yeah, through the chair, that is correct.
Madam Chair, those are my comments or queries. Thank you, Mr. Rand.
Thank you very much. Mayor Leal.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair, and through to Mr. Randall. Mr. Randall, thank you very much for your presentation this evening. I have a couple questions. The first one, it may be Mr. Sofer will be able to answer, but I'll just ask you first. The quality of materials in terms of energy efficiency, all the things that are commonplace these days to address climate change through the actual building of the building. Could you just comment on that?
Through the chair, what I would say to that is that that's not something that we discuss. It's not discussed in the policies. I know that there was reference to, climate change and that sort of thing, but they're not specifically, building materials aren't specifically addressed. That would be something at the building stage or building permit stage, typically through Ontario Building Code requirements.
The other question I have through Madam Chair is what modifications were made between the original neighborhood meeting at 10 stories and when you moved to 17 stories? What adjustments did you make in the design in terms to address some of the concerns that were raised at the meeting when it was just 10 stories?
So through the chair, the main thing was pulling the height towards Hunter Streets and pulling it down, because I'd pointed out before the step backs that had taken place in the rear and that sort of rear cutout that was shown. So the main thing, and this was not just comments from the public that we heard at the meeting, but also from staff. They were concerned with that as well. So they shared the concern of the immediate neighbors. So we wanted to pull it back. And in order to pull it back, we had to go to a point tower design essentially. And then with that, and then also adding the additional parking, created a situation where we had to go to that level. Once we got to that height, it had to go a bit higher to satisfy all the requirements.
Through Madam Chair, then, Mr. Randall, the 4 levels of structure parking would be a major change between the two designs. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yeah, major in the sense that the additional level of parking. Yep. It's in terms of where it's seen from the public space, it wasn't much of a change, in that sense.
Thanks,
from
Madam
the
Chair.
street.
Okay. Thank you very much. I don't have any further questions for you, Mr. Randall. Oh, we do. Oh, I'm sorry. Councillor Vatsiadis, your turn.
Thank you, through you, Chair, to Mr. Randall. So for some reason, if this zoning bylaw amendment does not pass, what would be the next steps for this project?
Through the chair, we would have the option to appeal the decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal. If it wasn't passed, then we would be the appellant, the city would be a party, and the city would have the decision of defending their decision or simply observing. But that would be the next step if we were to take it. And I'm not saying that that's what we would do, but that's afforded to us under the Planning Act.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Burke, one more time.
Thanks, Chair Parnell. Through you to Mr. Randall. Ken, what does the Planning Act say about meaningful engagement?
Through the chair, it doesn't say anything.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Sorry, can I just elaborate? That sounded a little
Sir.
cold. It,
Please.
it's legislation, so it doesn't say you shall have meaningful engagement. It just says here's what you need to have. So statutory public meeting notification, that kind of thing. So it's very legalese.
okay, thank you. I think, okay, no more hands. We're good. Thank you
Thank
for
you,
all your answers and your patience, sir. And we have one more delegate, Mr. Amit Sofer, if you could please come to the podium, sir. Welcome to council chambers, and if you could give us your name and address, please, for the record, sir.
Good evening. My name is my name is Amit Sofer, and my company is the TVM Group. The address is 801 Eglinton Avenue West in Toronto.
Thank you.
Thank you to everybody. Change is tough. Change is tough, and I want to recognize this process. I want to say that I appreciate and I respect all of the people who stood before you this evening. I appreciate their comments and I respect them. It's not easy for anybody. We are in the apartment building business, and we know what the demand here is in Peterborough. So that's the driving factor behind this project. There's a couple things I wanted to touch on just to add, I suppose, to what was said already by Kent. One of the things that's important for me to say is that we're not a merchant builder. We are not building this for sale. Most of you have seen me before the council before. Most of you are familiar with our portfolio. We build, own, and manage indefinitely. Having said that, almost touching on Mayor Leal's question about building quality construction, I think any of you and some of you have been up to visit our project at East City Condos. We do build a high quality product. We build it with high levels of energy efficiency because we're the ones paying the energy bill. We're not building it for sale. We're building it with a long-term intention of hold. The building is proposed with a lot of amenity spaces. So far, not yet seen in Peterborough. Building is got health-related amenities, bike racks. It has a car share program, which would be a first in Peterborough, further enhancing the lessened requirement for parking. The building will have its own stormwater management system, which is part of our functional servicing report or our stormwater management report, to minimize the impact of stormwater coming on to the into the city's system. One question was whether or not our architect was here. Our architect was here, was present at the open house that we did, and actually has some history and grew up in parts of Peterborough. He's in Buckhorn now. We had lots of emails. So the engagement with the community was not just at that meeting. I attended with neighbors. We responded to emails. We responded to a number of the people who spoke this evening. And there was ongoing input from the neighborhood and from the community, both directly to myself, to Kent, and through Nolan at the city. Couple small things. The parking lot will have knee walls to ensure that the headlights don't come out into the community. And that's an important component. It was raised earlier in one of the comments. I know parking and traffic has been beaten to death. The recent changes by the city of Peterborough reduced the requirement for parking to half a space per unit in the downtown core. Based on the fact that we own and manage a number of buildings, we believe 0.7 is appropriate. And so that is where this building is set. And that's based on our experience with our existing buildings. No one's going to be able to bring a development that makes everybody happy. So far, it doesn't appear that I made a whole lot of people happy. But there's a contingent that's not being spoken for here. And that's a contingent of people who are looking for reasonably priced accommodations. There's been talk about what our rent levels will be. There's been talk about our profits. I can answer questions to that, and I can elaborate on some of that. And I appreciate, again, all of the comments that have been made today. None of them are wrong. None of them are wrong. factually, we'll argue about this and that. But if you don't want something to change, you'll have your reasons. I'm the agent of change. I stand alone. Thankfully, I have the Mark Street United Church as a partner that will benefit from this transaction for the long haul. And we've had some professional representation, but here I am before you to answer any questions. I take some issue to the continual commentary that had come out today about community. And I'm going to take some of you back, not many of you, but some of you were here on council when I rebuilt 443 Reed Street. We built that as an affordable housing building. And there were placards and there was the same demonstrations against us, albeit none of it was online because it predated the online life. But a huge number of delegates speaking against our building. We built it, it was passed by council, and it has been a resounding success. And one of my favorite stories about that building, and for those of you who don't know, it's the old St. Peter's Elementary School on Reed Street. And we converted it into 48 fully accessible, affordable residential units. And we still own it and manage it to this day, some 18 years later. Community gets built by bringing people together, not by excluding people from joining existing communities. And in that building, we housed people who came from all different and difficult circumstances. Many of them moved in directly, as Keith will possibly remember, from the hospital. They were living at the hospital because they couldn't find accommodations that were accessible. There was a young man who was there in light of some issues that he had controlling his temper. And then there was an elderly lady who lived right next door to him. And the union that formed between them is the definition of community that wasn't there before. So yes, nobody wants their community disturbed, but I am telling you, there's an opportunity to build new community for the contingent of persons who are not represented here today, because we are listening to and have listened to all of the people who are immediately and directly affected. I respect them wholeheartedly. But I'm also asking you to do your jobs as councillors to think about the city as a whole, to think about the needs, the broader needs of the city and its constituents rather than the immediate neighbors, because virtually any new residential development that I'm going to bring before you and others will have detractors that live next door to it. We will never make everyone happy. Not sure I'd be happy, but change, development, and movement goes forward. Just on this topic of community, our newly built condominium at 195 Hunter Street up at the corner of Armour and Hunter, which has been commented on today. I personally think it's a pretty building. Not everybody here today agrees. Quality is wonderful though. Also built community. And for those of you who haven't had the opportunity to come through it, come through on Friday afternoon, where the residents have created Friendly Fridays at 5. If that's not the definition of community, I would beg of you to educate me and help me understand what that is. So community is not exclusion, rather it's inclusion and growth. I'm going to leave you with one last thing that is rather personal. Art is something that I like. I bought a piece of art, I brought it home. Didn't go over so well. My wife's taste in art and my taste in art are very different. My taste in buildings differs from what some of the commenters are today and what some of your questions have been today. But I wholeheartedly believe that this is an appropriate use of the space. It is a good building, needed, sorely needed, and will be part of the fabric of the community for many, many years to come. With respect to the questions about what was changed between the 10 and 17-story building, there was more. They may have not been clearly elaborated by Kent. The height of the podium came down from 6 stories at the front to 4. That has to do with the walkability of Hunter Street. That's all about the human scale. The building was the podium was reduced on every side. We increased the setbacks to the very responses to the issues that were brought up at the community meeting. We increased the parking. So there was a lot of changes. We moved the parking back. We increased the green space. We added green roofs on top of certain components of the building to keep the parking away from the edges. The setbacks had all been increased on all sides. So the dynamics, and to your question about profitability, the dynamics of the building change whenever there's a change. Height, dimension, parking, podium height, all of that. And I want to say one last thing. Many of you will know that my company is the largest private operator of affordable housing in the city of Peterborough. You will also know that I am a long-term operator. I am not a merchant builder. This building at 17 stories, and this goes right to the heart, forgive me for going back to Mayor Leal's question and Councillor Burke's question about the height. There's been talk here about $2,600 rents. Lower the building, the rents go up. Reduce the ability for us to create it, the rents go up. We have set this program in place so that we can make certain applications to attempt to achieve lower rents, to attempt to achieve fitting into certain qualifications for financing programs that are available. We haven't achieved them. We can't until we have your blessing, but that's all part of our overall plan. I'm here for your questions.
Thank you. And actually, before we get to questions, Mr. Sofer, we do need to do a procedural move over to Councillor Beamer, please, to extend the hour.
Just throwing out an idea, Madam Chair. It's already 10 o'clock. We probably have an hour to go on this, plus 2 large presentations. So just in discussion with the clerk, just throwing this out there to extend the hour for this one item. And then everything else on the agenda, we come back for a separate evening this week or next week. I believe the clerk will send out a poll tomorrow and get an idea what works for everybody. It'll be likely next week. But anyway, we'll do a poll. So extend the hour for this one item, everything else on another evening.
Okay, thank you. And we'll need a 2/3 vote. Yes. Commissioner Freeman, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just point out if council would consider the development charges report, and I believe his worship wanted to speak on that earlier this evening, that is time sensitive, that if we are going to extend and have another meeting, we have until September 6th to actually move forward with the recommendations in the report. If not, we will not be able to modify the development charge bylaw for December 31st. So I just would put that out there. We have until September 6th to make the changes to drop the fee and put pause on the indexing. September 6th is the deadline. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. The only thing I was going to talk about on that bylaw were the benefits of putting the moratorium on the indexation. If there's broad-based consensus amongst colleagues here that there's no other element that they would like to talk about, then this could go forward.
Go ahead.
So, Madam Chair, just for consideration, how about we extend the hour for 2 items? This one and the development charge, because I think the development charge, the conversation should be pretty quick. So extend the hour for those 2 items and everything else a separate evening.
Thank you very much. So that would be the planning matter and item 13E, updated citywide development charges. Okay. Sounds good. So we will need to vote on that. I think the clerk will load that up and we'll need a 2/3 vote. And sorry for the interruption, sir. We just have to do these procedural things. And then I'll be opening up the mic for questions of clarification for Mrs. Sofer, not debate. And the question should be coming up. And that is carried unanimously. So we will go back to our registered delegation for questions for clarification. Then we will go to a mover and debate the whole item. But you still have the podium, sir. And I believe Councillor Baldwin, you had a question? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Mr. Sulfur, first of all, thank you very much for my tour of your condominium building. It was a magnificent, what I saw of it was a magnificent view over the city. It was really, really impressive. The materials that I was shown were of high quality. And I did follow up with one of the two tenants that we had a discussion about, and certainly it was favorable. Just so you know, I did follow up with my commitment to doing that.
Thank you.
I have two questions. One of the things that hasn't been mentioned this evening is the economic impact of your build.
Thank you very much. And thank you for following up and for your visit to our building. And this one will be as nice or better, as I promised you. The construction of this building would likely generate at peak about 150 to 200 persons at the site. The project will take us about 18 to 24 months once we've begun construction, excavation. And we have always used local trades where possible. So there's no reason to not continue that. And you may have heard, some of you may have heard from a lot of those local trades who've told me that they've reached out to their local council member, letting them know how little work there is and that they support it. So yes, unless it's a specialty that can't be secured locally.
So you kind of stole my thunder on the second question. The question was to you, Madam Chair, how long for construction once you break ground, from the time you break ground to the time the building is occupied by the first tenant? And you've said there are always things that happen, of course, but you're saying 18 to 24 months?
Yeah, and I'm thanking you for giving me that opportunity to revisit that. One of the things that we have done is in an effort to reduce the impact of the build on the local area, we've designed the building with what's called precast concrete entirely. So the building will go up much more quickly than any traditional build, and it is designed in that sense. So we're hoping that once we come out of the ground and we are at the top of the podium, we might be going up at a rate of about a floor every 8 working days to get to the top, and then the number of trucks and activity will slow as we get into the finishing trades.
Last question I have, Madam Chair, through you to Mr. Sulfur. I mean, when you're building that we toured I think it was last Tuesday or so, when it was going up, I did hear as a councillor some concerns about the start times of when construction crews were beginning and people who parked in traditional parking places for long periods of time. And I'm just wondering what you might be able to do when the build occurs, regardless of whether it's 6 stories or 17 stories. What can you do to mitigate the inconvenience for the close neighbors that are contiguous to that particular build, if any? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you. I cannot control all 200 constructors at the same time. We're always going to have somebody who's led astray. I can tell you that we are currently in the midst of building an 18-unit building, replacing a fire-damaged building at the corner of Park and Hunter. And every neighbor there has my personal cell phone number. And that's what I do. And when there's an issue, they call me, and there are issues. There are debris, and there's litter, and there's cigarette smoking, and the light's focused in the wrong direction. If I stood here and told you that wasn't going to happen, you'd have a hard time believing anything I say. But I can tell you that everybody at Park and Hunter has my phone number. They text, call, or reach out by email, and we respond right away. And that's very important to me.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair, and through you, Mr. Selfer, thank you very much for your presentation. I just want to follow up from Councillor Baldwin. In terms of the broader supply chain in the Peterborough area, I'm thinking about, Don Dyke at Kingdon, Drew Merritt at Home Hardware. Do you utilize a lot of those local folks in your broader supply chain?
Not just for our construction, but throughout our portfolio on an ongoing basis. Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Chica, please.
Thank you very much, Chair Parnell. Nice to meet you, Mr. Sofer, and thank you for your presentation. I'm totally with you on change, on equity, on art, and on quality construction. I'm right there. I have a friend who purchased one of your Hunter Street units, and it's absolutely beautiful.
Thank you.
So, and thank you again also for your commitment to affordable housing development in our city. It is appreciated, and with that, here is my question. Would you be willing to participate in providing community benefits, like a commitment to a percentage of affordable housing units as would be presented in our community planning permit system, which is very close to being put together and it has to come to council. But would you be willing, just a question, to wait for that opportunity to participate in that? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I don't need to wait. I am the largest affordable housing program provider in the city, and I do it in all of my buildings. What I can tell you is that currently there, and I mentioned this to both Councillor Reel and Councillor Baldwin when they came to visit me, and Councillor Burke, and I did invite you to come see our building, is that there is a program for financing that is available through CMHC, Canada Mortgage Housing Corporation, right now, and that requires a 25% commitment to affordability. And we have made application under that program. So if we're successful under that program, we will be well ahead of you, probably in excess of what your community plan, your CPPS may be asking for.
Thank you. And just supplemental, Chair Parnell, but recognizing, and I'm sure you do recognize that it's an important one for us, though, when we have building heights in excess of the draft 10 stories that we're looking at, that over the long term, a percentage of affordable housing commitment from developers is a very strategic plan. Not for the developer, but for the city and for our needs and aligning with our housing crisis. Are you understanding where we come from on that? And would you be interested in that consideration?
I don't think I can answer that question any differently than I just did.
Thank you. And finally, you stated in the Peterborough Examiner that you were content with the 10-story proposal, and that it was city staff that was encouraging the intensification that ultimately led to the 17-story development. Can you expand on that? And is it true that you were content with the 10-story proposal? Thank you.
I think that's a wonderful question. Thank you very much. And I'd like to take that opportunity to comment earlier on the discussion I had with Councillor Reel in connection with just that. We brought the 10-story proposal forward initially based upon what we needed to make it make sense. As soon as we began to cede to the concerns of or to recognize the concerns that were being raised at the community meeting and through different messages that were coming through to us, through the city, from local residents, directly to Kent and directly to myself, that started to change the dynamic of the building. And so going back to it now, I still don't think it would be right. It would increase very significantly the concrete wall that everybody's talking about in their backyard from 3 to 6 stories. It would reduce all of the setbacks everywhere. It would reduce the parking ratio. It would eliminate the parking that we're going to be making available for public parking. So we're bringing forward this application that I believe is better. With respect to going higher, this was not, and I will not allow that to be shouldered on city staff. I will not. That I wish to undo the comment that you may have interpreted from me, Mr. Reel, Councillor Reel, because it is not, may not have been conveyed appropriately. City staff has not been pushovers. They have said, you must do this. We won't support you if you don't do this. If you try to bring this forward, you won't get our support. So it's a very iterative process. And this goes back to Councillor Crowley's question. Why didn't we have more and more public meetings, community meetings? Because it changes every day. There's a continual and ongoing back and forth and almost a push and pull to get to the point where it's supportable by staff, financially feasible, and viable for us to do. So the comment that I would have made in the Peterborough Examiner, forgive me, was that the only way to solve the problem was for us to go up. It is the only way to make it work. And when I asked them, they said there isn't a restriction. Which takes me to a comment that I think is important for council here to consider. There are policies in place. You put them forward. There's provincial policies in place. There's procedures and processes that you make us follow. Easy for you to say, oh, do it again. Oh, go back to the drawing board. But the amount of resources that goes into getting us to this point can't be disregarded. And if you turf this and we don't go forward with it, and we have to write off our very significant investment in this project so far, you may be speaking to the very people in East City, those who are unhappy. Again, all of my respect to them. I get it. But you are speaking to the broader community of developers. You are telling people our rules don't matter. Put your project together, come here, and then we'll let you know. Because we don't really like the color, or we didn't really mean that. We're about to change the rules. We may place a moratorium on you. We might do this. Very hard to make investments when the target is moving. So I don't mean to be aggressive with that, but I think it's important for you to know it's not just this development, but you do speak to other developers when you adjust processes through the course of the project.
Thank you for that point, sir. We are into the second 5 minutes. Did you want to continue, Councillor Chica, or have you concluded?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Councillor Burke, please.
Thank you, Chair Parnell, and through you to Mr. Sofer, thank you for being here. I respect your role in the community, and I hope you respect ours. And I'm offended isn't the right word, but I think it's a mischaracterization to say that we're sort of here nitpicking about the color of a building. If you look at the neighborhood and you look at your plan, what you are plopping into that neighborhood, the concerns from the neighborhood are valid. Okay, and this is democracy, right? No matter what this or that says, we are here to represent the voice of the people that elected us and bring their concerns to this table where the safeguards exist for us to speak on their behalf. I'm really glad that you brought up the point about that you're not a merchant developer, that you're in this game of operation. And that's a unique position to be in. So I want to ask you, and excuse my vernacular, I may be getting the names of the buildings wrong. I saw your East City building. It's beautiful. I live close to the Park Street building that's come up, the white and gray one, and I think that's beautifully done. But I want to ask you about some of your older projects, older buildings that you're involved in. Are there any, and this is where you need to excuse my vernacular, there might be different names. Have there been any issues that have come up operationally from your sites like the Atkin Court building or Brock Towers in terms of an operational standpoint?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and how are you responding to that?
Thank you for the question. Firstly, I didn't mean to offend, but if I did, I take it back entirely. I respect your role, and I've indicated that I respect everybody who has spoken here today. My comment there was about adjusting rules and processes midway. That was the only comment there. You know, I expected that this might come up today. We are the largest landlord to clients of Canadian Mental Health Association, HKPR, Haliburton, Kawartha region. We house a difficult contingent. They need housing too. Some of our buildings, and you've asked me about them together when we were together, and you're asking me about them now, are providing housing for a difficult contingent. We work with CMHA with some of their more difficult clients. We work with a whole number of community service providers, and we deliver those services. It's not easy work, Alec. It is not easy work. And anyone who would like to come for a tour of any of the buildings, including you, I would be more than happy to tour you through the building, let you make your own decisions, and you'll come to your own conclusions. But we do operate at all ends of the market. We operate in the difficult end, which is the buildings that you've mentioned today. We maintain them as best we can. We operate them as best we can, and we provide services as best we can. We also operate at the high end of the market, at the hospital campus out at St. Joe's. And I think since I have the floor and you've opened the door for me, it is important for me to say that I believe that our apartments at the St. Joseph's Hospital redevelopment are probably amongst the nicest in the city, but not the most expensive. They are not the most expensive. So if you could extrapolate that, and you don't need to take my word for it, you can just look back over the last 15 years since we've had that. They are not the most expensive apartments, and the one we are building now is designed, again, to not be the most expensive apartment. In today's dollars, none of our rents would be at the $2,600 mark that people have commented on today. So, but I appreciate your comment. We do deal with difficult buildings, and we house a contingent of our marketplace that is tough to deal with.
Thank you. One
Okay.
more minute. Do you?
Thank you. And I'll gladly go into my second round.
Granted.
Yeah, so I just guess to follow up on that, like operationally and like from the bird's eye perspective of people that, you know, are going to be in these neighborhoods for a long time, you know, is there a plan? What's the sustainability plan to keep the builds like you're doing, like the one that's being proposed here, in good condition, and things like that, so that they don't become the sort of, you know, the alternate example that I gave.
Thank you. Come see 185 Hunter. It's 15 years old. We built it 15 years ago. It's nicer today than the day I built it. We house community care on the ground floor at a steep discount to market. It's 30 fully accessible residential suites. They are not the most expensive, but amongst the nicest. And I would think one would think it's a great building. And it's 15 years in our there's different parts of the city that have different components to them, and we try our best to cater as well as we can to all and each. But you would not be flattered everywhere I take you, but most.
Thank you. And through the chair, now that I'm into my second round here, I'll indulge everyone. You know, one of the things we've noticed, Councillor Riel and I have noticed through our work with the Peterborough Housing Corp in those redevelopment plans is that there's a large number of people that are looking to get into the home ownership market, but that are priced out of that market that might be looking to rent. Demographically, they're families. They're young families with young children. Are there any units that would be able to have the capacity for families in this project?
Yes, this question was raised earlier, and I believe Kent responded to it. Most of the units in the building are more than 2/3, I believe, are 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom.
Okay.
It is not loaded with 1-bedroom and bachelor for that very reason.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any final questions? Seeing none. Oh, Councillor Riel.
Through the chair to Mr. Sofer, Ahmet, thank you very much for being here tonight. I'm still confused by your comments of saying that you've met the concerns of the people that were at the meeting on the 24th of June, when you go from a 10-story building to a 17-story building. I think it was pretty loud and clear that night that one of the huge issues that people had was the massing of the building. So how do you think that you're telling me that you've met their concerns by raising the height of the building 7 stories?
Through you, Chair, thank you for that question. You've mentioned that one of the issues was massing, and it was. One of the other issues was parking, and it was. One of the other issues were setbacks, and it was. One of the other issues were amenities, and it was. So when we mixed all of that together and we met most of the concerns, we increased the parking. That was the biggest one that I took from the meeting. Right? Everybody spoke to me about parking. We increased the parking. We increased the setbacks, which reduced the size of the parking garage. We reduced the mass of the building by lowering the podium from 6 in parts 8 down to 4. And all of that resulted in mathematics that required a higher build. So I did not, and I will not make everybody happy. And I regret that I don't know that I can. But I do believe that we resolved a lot of issues and addressed a lot of concerns, and that was the outcome.
Yes, selfishly on my part, or I think Councillor Baldwin, we have had countless meetings with the residents on this issue. We have fielded hundreds of emails, hundreds of phone calls. I think we tried to explain to the people that though they didn't like 10 stories because of the legislation and what the Ford government was doing, they would have to accept 10 stories. I'm not saying they were happy about it, but I think they got their heads around it. But certainly when then you introduce 17 stories, what is the argument that I use to try and appease them? Because the 17 stories is, in my comment, is a bridge too far. And it certainly is destroying the uniqueness of what makes downtown East City. A 17-story building will do that. Any comments on that?
Yes, and thank you. I'm not sure that everybody here was happy with the 10-story building. There was comments here about 6 and 4 and 8 and 12. So I'm not sure about any universal solution. Actually, I'm sure there isn't a universal solution. I assure you of that. Because if I made everybody there happy, I can't build the building and it doesn't get built. When you ask me what you have to rely on, well, if you are out relying on the fact that the legislation is in place and the planning is in place for 10 stories, well then, sir, it's in place for 17 as well. And that's how we came to bring this. We brought this application with the hopes of seeking as little exception to the existing rules as we could. And that is really where we've arrived. And I regret that it hasn't made everybody happy. I'm going to say again, to a diminishing crowd, I respect every comment that was made here. But I also know there's a huge contingent of people that we are all responsible for that can't afford housing. And I'm trying to bring it. Jobs, housing. And lastly, back to my piece of art. I like the building. You don't. It fits. It doesn't. These are opinions. I'm bringing an application following a set of rules that have been set out by the city, the municipality, the province, and driven by the federal government. And then they're overlaid by economics. And then they're overlaid by local demand. I'd be foolhardy. I would be foolhardy to build a building that I intend to own if I felt the product was so out of place that nobody would rent there. Yet I can tell you with great confidence that no sooner will we build this building than it will be full. And there will be more people in East City enjoying all of the fruits and the baskets that were described earlier of East City, because East City is a beautiful place. It should not be exclusionary. And part of the zoning components that have been spoken about here, and I've mentioned to some of you as councilors that I'm bringing a fourplex application, one of the first fourplex applications in the city of Peterborough, and that whole thing is predicated on non-exclusionary zoning. So I stand before you asking for your support.
Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Real? You're more okay. So you're into your second 5. Okay.
Well, Mr. Soper made a comment about 17 stories, and this is a private conversation that you and I had when I asked the question why you went from 10 to 17, and you told me because staff told you to do it. That's what you said to me, and I have a hell of a good memory. So when you challenge me as a city councilor and saying that you didn't say that, that's exactly what you told me. You were following their direction. So I've got a good memory. So excuse me very much.
Councillor Real.
Okay.
Sorry.
We did have that conversation, and I did indicate to you that I was following their direction. You are right. Your memory is right.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any further questions? Seeing none, I do have 2 quick questions, if I may, as co-chair of housing. First of all, one really is unique, but I do understand that you have daycare within this rezoning application, and because there were questions about is there a possibility of daycare being in this building?
It is in the proposed zoning, yes.
Thank you. I did know that. I just wanted to ask you publicly.
Thank you.
So thank you. And also something incredibly unique about this proposal that I don't think most people know is about the in-house doctor or medical facility that you are including in this. Did you want to speak just a minute about that to maybe educate all of us at the same time about that model?
Thank you for that opportunity. I didn't know if it was relevant. We have entered into an initial agreement with a group called Cleveland Clinic Canada, which is an extension of Cleveland Clinic, which for those of you who are not familiar with it is like the Mayo Clinic in the United States. And they came up into Canada and they recognize that there's a shortage of doctors and a shortage of access to doctors. And so our build proposes a room called the Cleveland Clinic Room, and all of our residents will be entitled to access that room 24/7, 365. And it's rather difficult to describe, but you enter the room, you close the door behind you, and in the drawer, there's a machine. As soon as you open the computer, you're speaking to a live doctor or nurse practitioner. They will tell you, apply the machine to your chest, move it down a bit, up a bit, over to the left. Now put this other clean cartridge into your ear, lower your tongue, put the camera in, and they will make an assessment virtually. And they will immediately send a prescription to Sullivan's or whichever pharmacy they choose right across the street in wonderful East City, which therefore prevents the person from going to the hospital, prevents the need or minimizes the need for doctor visits and doctors entirely, and just offers more people who come to Peterborough a little bit more comfort, because I don't know if any of you know how difficult it is to secure a new relationship with a physician here in the city, anywhere, actually, not just here.
Thank you for that. It's not really land use, but it's a very unique site plan amenity that you're offering. So thank you for sharing that information. And I think we've concluded your delegation. Thank you so much for being here and answering all of these questions.
Thank you, Connie.
Okay, so we will move to, I do need a mover and we'll move to debate. And I would like to note that it is 10:30 and we do have one other item to get to this evening. So if we can be succinct in our comments, that would be very helpful. Do I have a mover? Councillor Beamer has moved. I don't need a seconder at the committee level. This issue is now on the floor. Who would like to speak to it? Councillor Riel.
Through the chair, I would like to make a motion that this report be deferred until we receive a report on the CPPS Community Planning Permit System bringing this zoning bylaw amendment for 90 Hunter Street East is premature, cart before the horse. There could be major implications to this development with the introduction of CPPS.
Okay, thank you. Deferral is always appropriate on the floor. We have a motion to defer. Does anybody wish to speak to the motion to defer? Sorry?
I just see Dave Hakey's hand up.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm sorry, Councillor Hakey, I can't see you, but please go ahead, sir.
I would ask that the question be put, please.
Okay, thank you. We will go to a vote on the question be put.
Chair Parnell, the question is about the deferral, correct?
No, the question has been put. So you have to vote yes or no whether you agree that we're putting the question. Then we will go to the vote on the deferral immediately
Yeah.
without debate
Correct. I was asking if the question is being put on the deferral or the main motion.
on the deferral.
Thank you.
And the question be put carries 7-4. And we will move to the vote on the deferral.
Madam Chair, we're just loading that now. That's been moved by Councillor Rial.
Thank you, Mr. Clerks. So the motion on the floor is that report IPGPL 25-041 be deferred until information can be brought forward regarding CPPS. And that is lost 4-7. So we will move back to the main motion that has been moved by Councillor Beamer. Does anybody wish to speak to the main motion? Councillor Councillor Baldwin, please.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Just like many of the speakers this evening, I do appreciate the comments from everyone, and I appreciate people coming out tonight to express their concerns. Over the weekend, all councillors, I believe, received an electronic petition. I counted the names. They were in excess of 500 who were opposed to the current application. There were 2 of those names that actually signed the petition twice. So I don't know if they did it on different days or they somehow did it, but there were 2 that had their name twice. I would say probably 95% of the people that signed the petition, Madam Chair, were members of Ashburnham Ward. But there were some people on the petition that I had recognized from different wards of the city. You know, as a ward councillor, I certainly take the petition at face value, and I need to represent those that Councillor Rial and I represent. I did have an opportunity, as I mentioned earlier, to tour the building with Mr. Sulfur. I was impressed with the building. And I know we've had many discussions around the table where we need housing. This would be one of those ones that would address that continuum. You know, having said all that, Madam Chair, I don't really believe that Ashburnham Ward should be part of downtown. And it was referenced by one of the presenters tonight. I'm not sure if it was, I think it was Sharon, but I could be wrong. It's unique in not in terms of the people that live in Ashburnham Ward, because the ward itself is very diverse. It would go from Trent University in the north to Bensford Road in the south, down near where I live, off of River Road South. But I would say that Ashburnham is unique because it is an island. And you can only access that by the bridges, and it's separated by the water. And, you know, bigger isn't necessarily better. And it is a very unique place. And having said all of that, you know, just based on my conversations over the weekend and with emails I've responded to, this one is extremely difficult for me to do anything other than decline the opportunity at 17 stories. If the building was somewhere less than 10 stories or up to 10, it's an application for zoning bylaw change that I probably could accept. And I know it's going to meet all of the planning criteria. I discussed that with the applicant last week. They do tick all the boxes. From a planning perspective, they do. But there's something about 17 stories that I just don't like. And I've been in the city of Peterborough for 17 years, and I've seen our city change. Some for good, and some not for good. And you know, you can't look back in the 1950s and 60s when I was growing up, and you shouldn't have that perspective. But there's just something about 17 stories as being precedent setting, and not fitting within the context of, people would call that East City, Canada, or the village of Ashburnham. So, Madam Chair, with all good intentions, I need to vote with the people that have reached out to me and the people that I represent, many of whom are against a 17-story development. And so I'm going to negatively cast my vote in that way this evening. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Baldwin, Councillor Rial, and then it'll be Burke, Councillor LaChica, Councillor Hickey.
Through the chair, and my comments are not of a scolding nature to fellow councillors. We are elected to do a job for the people that we represent. And that is the constituents that I represent in Ashburnham. And they have told me, in no uncertain terms, that they are not against development. They are against 17 stories. I don't think that I got many emails or phone calls when Ashburnham Realty built their two buildings, which was a departure from the height in East City. And that's not to say that I'm here, I'm pro Ashburnham Realty. I just know that I didn't receive a lot of pushback. But I did when I went to the meeting with the people on the 21st of June about a 9-story building. And like I alluded to, I think Councillor Baldwin and myself and several other councillors, we met with the constituents at their properties and in their homes, heard their stories, and they said that they are not anti-development, but they can't support 17 stories because, in my words, again, it's a bridge too far. But when you have a unique village-like setting like Ashburnham, and that is one of the things that people are proud of and why they moved to Ashburnham. I can remember talking to staff when they told me when somebody from Ashburnham comes in to do business, they know exactly where they came from. They came from East City. They have just a whole different mindset and a whole different way they conduct themselves. And I think that's the attraction of people wanting to come to East City. I have lived in East City half of my life. I'm proud of being in East City. I love living in East City. I like everything about it, but what I like about is uniqueness. I shop there. I do my banking there. I do a lot of the grocery shopping there. I know the people. I'm there to talk to the people. on a weekly basis and meet with them and hear what they have to say. But when you're going to end up with something that's the tallest building in the city of Peterborough, it'll stand out like a sore thumb. I am housing chair and I know quite well and do my job to try and attract housing to the city of Peterborough. This is market rent housing. So for somebody to say there's going to be this big glut of apartments to rent, if, like I said, the proponent is going to hive off renters from Ashburnham Realty, hive off people from his own building in St. Joseph's Hospital, and certainly new people coming in, that does not mean that the rents are going to fall. The rents are going to stay the same because they have a pro forma. They borrowed money from the bank to build their building. They have to charge the rents they do to make it pay. So this illusion that all of a sudden we're going to have a glut of apartments and the rents are going to fall and we're going to have this affordability is complete nonsense. On Kijiji this weekend, a basement apartment was renting for $2,500 a month. $2,500 a month. What is affordable? The people that I'm dealing with are looking for affordable rents. They're either low income, people on ODSP or Ontario Works, and this certainly is not going to be the type of building that they can ever afford to get in and live in. But yeah, there is a cohort of people that can afford that.
1 minute.
But do they want to come to a village and the uniqueness that's now got towers? This is not Toronto. I'm sorry, when there is politicians in Queen's Park that are making decisions that are based on what Toronto was like, I'm sorry, this is not Toronto. I think that we have a duty as the city councillors to stand up and say, we want development. We want development that's going to blend in. It's going to show the heritage of the city and be something that you can be proud of, not just building a tower of 17 stories. So therefore, I will not be voting in favor of the recommendation for 17 stories.
Thank you, Councillor Rial. Councillor Burke? You want to defer? Okay, Councillor Chica and then Councillor Burke.
And thank you, Chair Parnell. I'm appreciating what my colleague said earlier about the downtown and the distinctiveness between downtown, town ward downtown, and East City. It has a very different characteristic. And I think part of what we're discussing is that difference. And cities are a canvas. As councillors, our role is to step back from the canvas, look for gaps, assess what is lacking to engage in a cohesive, coherent, resonant, and impactful work with a comprehensive toolkit. Yes, provincial legislation which permits no height restrictions is a tool, but it's just one tool. And each tool we have is meant to be used strategically. I think what Mr. Vandenberg shared about what Doug Ford's statement was up there illustrates this. Just because we can does not mean we must in a given place. And that's where our job as a council comes in. As municipal leaders, our job is also to support. Our job is to engage the development community, as Mr. Sofer mentioned tonight. I agree with that. And we need to work with our developers, and we need also to engage them with the needs and vision of our city, to incentivize opportunities to fill in those glaring gaps, the missing teeth in our central area, and we know where they are. Those places that are open and shouldn't be open and derelict because there should be something developed there. The many greenfield lots crying out for development. For that missing middle, we could be building. For social and affordable housing projects, we could be building there. But are we doing this? Are we engaging in that strategic plan, encouraging developers to look at sites that are appropriate for towers? Because we want and need that development. We want and need that housing stock. That is my question. This is not about whether we believe in urban intensification. Of course we do. We've heard it from everyone tonight on both sides. This is not about meeting our housing targets or increasing our tax revenue. We categorically do care about those things, and I do. However, I also believe in us building connected communities as we engage in respectful community consultation, input, and transparent strategic planning. This is our call as a council. And as my colleague says, our call is to represent our community. We've heard from community for weeks about this over the phone and via emails, about their opposition to 17 stories, that it's just too big, even planners. And yes, Kent, there are differences of opinion. There are planners who think this is too big. So today, we're at a crossroads. This is an unprecedented situation. Too big is what the story is, what the narrative is from what we've been hearing tonight. And that's why I am unable to support the 17 stories as it's presented tonight. Hopefully it will return in a different form that's reasonable and that has an urban design lens attached to it. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Burke, please.
Thank you, Chair Parnell. And I'll start by saying how grateful I am that we don't have to go through the rest of the agenda tonight, because we had multiple things on the agenda that were equally as sort of complex as this to debate. So it's sort of, I wish I would have known it last week, but I'll just say this, I had 3 pages of writing to read about here, but everything's been said. And, I am sitting here as someone who was born and raised in Peterborough. I'm sitting here as a community member. I'm not a planner. I'm not a builder. I'm not a developer. But I do have a strong connection to this city and to this community. I understand the argument about any good housing unit is good for the housing crisis. It's going to add to the stock. And if you look at the data, that's sort of subtly true, right? What you find is that by adding more rental units to the stock, it sort of dampens the rental prices. But if you look at it from the bird's eye view, the cost of living has and will continue to increase. And so if you're pitching this project as being a solution to the housing crisis, I'm not buying it. It's a trickle-down economics argument, and I'm not buying it. We need off-market housing, and we need to deal with people in the working class and people that are living in poverty. I read something to say that during the baby boomer generation, where people were able to buy their houses, where people were able to have a job where in the first week of their salary, their monthly salary, the first week of their salary was able to cover their whole monthly expenses. And they contrasted this to what it looks like to be someone living in 2025 getting into the housing market. And compared to that generation, you would need to make $66 an hour as a minimum wage to be compared equally to the baby boomer generation. So I'm not buying this trickle-down economics argument. And I think it's just this, I think this is going to be our water bacon, right? We had that city logo that when everyone sees that logo with the wavy water, they say, look at the water bacon. This is the new water bacon. People will drive to the city. They will see the aerial views of the city. They will see how we try to market the city with our photos. And they will see the beautiful character and history of the city, but there will be a big tower in the middle of that. And this is the legacy that we're discussing tonight. And I do believe that it is our role as council to discuss these things in meetings like we're doing tonight. I'm not against densification. I really take to heart the fact that this project was pitched to the community in one way, and then it's being implemented in a completely different way. I take that to heart. I don't I don't buy the threat that the developer can go to the OLT. The OLT decisions are not automatic. Even if appealed, the process can lead to negotiated settlements with reduced height, with better design, and with community benefits. And it just is what it is. I can't feel comfortable supporting this. I don't believe the argument that this is the solution to our housing crisis. And I think that truth and time will tell that there still is a lot of work to be done. And I believe in projects that that cater to the existing infrastructure and character and history of our community. And there is a way to do that. You heard from all the residents that came here tonight what that would look like. You know, we've received hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of emails and phone calls about this project. And I have received, you know, Mr. Sofer talked about he's up here representing a certain class of people that aren't being represented at this meeting. Well, where are they? I haven't heard.
1 minute.
I haven't. Thank you. I haven't heard from them on this. And so for those reasons, I'll be voting against the proposal tonight. Even the strongest proponents of densification that I've spoken to, including subject matter experts, agree that 17 stories in this location is too high. I believe there is a better way forward, and I'm not going to keep pushing projects through at this council table against the will of the community. At the end of the day, we should all want to support projects that we are proud of. And no one wants to support a project that's going to be overshadowed and tainted by the way in which it was approved.
Thank you. You had 16 seconds left.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So next I have Councillor Hakey and Mayor Leo. Councillor Hakey, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. A lot's been said. I want to expand on what Mr. Randall was talking about earlier. What we have, I believe, we've got two policies that are colliding. One is the urban design guidelines, which council, in their wisdom, chose with the urban design corridors. In fact, I was the only one that voted against it, not for seeing this, but I saw something similar, and against the PPS Get It Done Act. So somebody asked earlier, why the rush? Because the government says so. That's why the rush. They made a housing pledge. They put legislation in place, build homes fast, amongst other legislation. In fact, I'll tell you how they're going to stick to it. When we were at AMO last week, we met with the Minister of Finance, and the Minister of Finance asked me a question that wasn't a finance question, but it sure was pointed at the policy that the direction the government was going in. And that was, what are you doing to get people back to work in offices? So when people say, well, you don't have to do what the government says, we absolutely do. And we don't have a choice. The urban design corridor is addressing, it's funny because at the time, I remember the pitch, which was the transit lanes, the high traffic corridors, the downtown, walkable, get people out of cars. That was the pitch. Well, now that we're doing it, the pitch is, well, no, we don't want a garage built. But it's not going to be used as a garage, according to what 10 people voted for on when we were talking about the urban design corridors. Somebody also mentioned tonight, what's our vision? And the same thing. The vision is what the province says it'll be. They approved our official plan on the basis that we remove the height restriction. That was pretty clear, pretty plain. Consultation, could it improve? I believe it can improve. I believe that we should look at, when there's a big material change going from 10 to 17, maybe it's time to have another consultation. It may not be in the Planning Act, but I still think it's a good thing for us to do. But here we have a developer, a respectable developer, a developer that's been here a long time. And this is what I said, and you folks know, I deal in the development community on raw land typically. But I say to them all the time, why are you banging your heads to spend millions of dollars in our city when we come up with, I think it's currently possibly 61 reports. And we talk about affordable housing. There's no such thing. Let's be clear. There's no such thing as affordable housing. There's no secret to it. You build a house for $500,000 or you build a unit for $500,000 and you rent it out for half of the market value. And who pays that? The taxpayer, whether it's geared to income housing or rent subsidies or supplements. So, but if we do want to make housing truly affordable, let's get out of the way. Let's let all the environmental standards go. Let's let all the height restrictions go. Let's let everything go where they don't have to do the reports, and it will save not only years of development, it'll save millions and millions and millions of dollars that can go into making a home cheaper. Now, the advantage I believe that this offers is the quality of the building. You can build cheap, no question, and that's what you get. And when it deteriorates in 3 years and the builder's gone because he sold it to somebody else, what are you left with? You're left with substandard housing. And God, we've had enough of that. I do support this. I get what the people in Ashburnham are saying, and I understand it. But when we talk about community, as Councillor LaChica did, we also have to talk about the community at large. And whether we like it or not, a lot of times that conflicts with Northcrest Ward wants, East Cities wants, pick your ward. It conflicts with it. So I do support this. It's time to get it going. And that is the reality. You know, if you folks remember, one of the things that I didn't like about the urban design corridors in particular was the massing and the streetscape. And I said, we're gonna rue the day when that comes forward. Well, it's coming forward now in East City, but that is what council adopted. So that's what they get to build. It's very dense. It's going to be right at the street. And imagine going down Hunter Street, or imagine going down Lansdowne Street and you have buildings on both sides, almost at the sidewalk going up. That's the issue that you're going to have. I do support the project for the reasons that I said. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mayor Leal and then Councillor Duguay. Mayor Leal, you have the floor.
Yeah, thanks very much, Madam Chair. First of all, at the onset, I really want to acknowledge all the presenters this evening who presented their cases in a very civil, polite manner, and all of us benefit from that approach when it's accomplished. Last week at AMO, I heard two speeches. I was in the room. Some of the rest of us may have been in the room. I heard the Honorable Rob Flack, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing for the province of Ontario, in his keynote speech says, we are having a generational crisis in housing in Ontario. That was also followed up by the Minister of Infrastructure, the Honorable Kingna Suma, who said exactly the same thing. We're facing a generational crisis in housing in the province of Ontario. I have lived in Peterborough all my life. I've also had a very privileged life growing up here in Peterborough, beyond belief. When I talk to friends of my son or daughter, one of the things they constantly talk about, and none of them were here to make presentations this evening, is their inability to find quality accommodation. Whether it's a home, whether it's an apartment, they're very frustrated that politicians haven't been able to meet that challenge. Here in Peterborough, we have what we call a housing first strategy. It's part of our overall policy framework. And in order to have a housing first strategy, you need an effective housing ladder. And each rung of that ladder represents a sector of the housing. Whether it's a modular home at the first rung or a $2 million home at the top rung and everywhere in between. We have an obligation to try to provide housing in every sector for every rung. There essentially now is the word affordability has gone from the lexicon of housing in Canada. there's essentially two types of housing, market and non-market. In the last week or so, we approved a non-market Mount TMCC development on Argyle. Many of us that were at AMO made a pitch to the associate member housing for $6 million to build a 10-story apartment building on Hilliard Street as part of the PRHC redevelopment plan. So we are doing our bit on the non-market side. But we also need to make investments on the market side. And I think this opportunity this evening presents that opportunity to add to that market. You know what? East City's a great spot. Beautiful spot, great heritage. But we're going to add new residents to Ashburnham Ward. People who will be living in the 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units want to contribute to Ashburnham Ward. They will be the new residents of Ashburnham Ward. They will be the new people that will experience everything that Ashburnham Ward and that East City BIA has to offer. But let's get into some data. I have a penchant of reading a lot of think tank reports. Civic Action in Toronto just produced a really interesting report and talked about middle income earners are now having a struggle to acquire housing in the GTHA. Remember, these are people that make between $52,000 and $104,000 annually. These are healthcare workers, education professionals, first responders, construction and skilled trades workers, transportation workers, service sector workers, arts and cultural workers, and public sector workers. You know, we should be making the opportunity, because they're migrating of the GDHA, to have them come to Peterborough to help us renew Peterborough. And remember, the bulk of this group are young families, which represent 35% of this migration group, aged between 25 and 39 years. We should be going after this cohort because they help to renew a community. And when you look at this a little further,
Do you wish to go into your second 5?
I'll go for the whole shebang right now.
There you go. Please continue.
You know, when you look at what we have to offer, there's no business guy that is in East City today that wouldn't welcome residents in that new apartment. There's a grocery store. I'm sure they want more customers. There's 2 churches they could build their congregations. There's 2 schools that students can go to. There's 3 pharmacies. There's 3 restaurants. You can have your breakfast at East City Coffee Shop in the morning. You can have your lunch at the Rail Yard, and then you can have your dinner at Ashburnham Ale House. There's no business person that wouldn't want more traffic coming into that area. And let me tell you, when you look at our climate change policy that this council passed in 2024, one of the things that we identified was density, increased density to get rid of urban sprawl, quit building new pipes, quit building new roads. This is right in the hub of transit in our community. And it's also so walkable, a major piece of our major transportation study. So we want to increase density, making the use of existing infrastructure. It's located on a major transit route. It's walkable, and it has many attributes for people that would move into the area. So, Madam Chair, this makes sense to me, and we look forward to the construction starting to have that impact in that area.
Thank you, Mayor Leal. Councillor Duguay, please.
Thank you, Chair Parnell. I queried 2 professional planners. One, Mr. Nolan Drum of our City Planning Department, and secondly, Kent Randall of EcoView Planning Consultant, he being the principal planner. Both have considerable experience in urban planning, and certainly Mr. Randall has considerable experience in projects that are similar to what is contemplated this evening. And I am satisfied that having considered and very carefully considered all the emails and communications we received from the public and what we've heard this evening, but particularly focusing on the the subject experts, and those are the planners. And the planners have to receive all this information, and they have to synthesize that into a recommendation for our council's consideration. And if our planning staff, Madam Chair, for example, were not satisfied that this did not represent good planning, that a 17-story building was inappropriate, that a proposed development that will incorporate what we've heard from Mr. Sofer and from Mr. Randall, other things other than just strictly residential, they would have told us in no uncertain terms that the application be denied and would tell us why. And they would tell us that it did not meet our official plan, that it did not meet the policy directives of the 2024 PPS. That's not the case. Our staff have produced a comprehensive report recommending the approval. Similarly, Mr. Randall was asked the same series of questions that I asked of Mr. Drum, and he arrived at the same professional conclusion. There was commentary within our chambers, within these chambers, Madam Chair, about, I think Councillor Vassiliadis asked, well, what were to happen should this council turn down this application? I would be shocked if the developer not take the denial to the tribunal. And with all due respect to Councillor Burke, your comments, the tribunal will not be a mechanism where they will negotiate something. This will be it'll be a 17-story building as presented, as supported by staff, and as supported by all the technical studies. So with that in mind, Madam Chair, I'm certainly cognizant of our housing pledge, the directives of our province, the directives of our own official plan, which is very clear that densification should be occurring within our downtown, which the Hunter Street East forms part of. It is a major street. It's supported by transit. It is a part of our community that's also supported by a range of services and amenities which do not have to be created as a consequence of this development. They already exist. This is going to prevent sprawl, and this is going to introduce housing. And it's not a developer's responsibility solely to provide rent-a-geared income or entry-level housing. That's not their responsibility. That's a community-wide responsibility, of which Mayor Leal, you've indicated that we are endeavoring to achieve same. Madam Chair, with that in mind, I will support the zoning bylaw amendment application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duguay. Councillor Beamer, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You've done a fantastic job tonight. Well done. Well done. We've had some good speakers tonight, so I'm really going to be quick, but I just wanted to mention a few things that I haven't heard too much about. First, I sincerely do want to thank, I always do this, but the two ward councillors who are doing their job representing their constituents. I've been there. We've had some pretty big ones in Northcrest, the Lily Lake development, the largest development in Peterborough history, technically in Monaghan, but all the traffic was coming into the north end. So all the constituents were against it. I actually supported that. And at the time, the second largest development in Peterborough history was Broadway Chemung. I think Ashborough might be larger than that, but at the time, those were the top two. And so it's not easy, making these decisions when they're in your ward. And like the two ward councillors, sometimes I listen to those constituents of mine, and sometimes like Lily Lake, I don't, and make a decision that I think is in the best interest of the community. So to both of you doing your jobs. I know this sometimes gets people's backs up, but it has to be said, this is development that attracts jobs and revenue. And I think Councillor Baldwin maybe got a few of the same calls that I get about trades jobs. I've had several calls from people in Peterborough, not in Northcrest Ward, who are in the trades and saying, we need this. They're texting and watching this tonight. They're watching what's going on. This is jobs. This is economic development. Instead of them getting in their car and going up the 115 tomorrow morning, in a few months they can stay in Peterborough and work. We heard this is an 18 to 24 month build, 150 to 200 tradespeople on the site all the time. This is a conversation and a vote around jobs. And again, revenue, over $9 million in development charges, over $500,000 in annual property tax revenue. Again, I've had people contact me saying back-to-back 7% tax increases. We need development. We need growth. And this is where it starts. So again, Madam Chair, I know sometimes people, yell out for profit, terrible thing, but this is development, this is growth, and it does attract jobs, it does create jobs. It's revenue we need, and obviously we need the housing with a 1% vacancy rate, so I will be supporting it. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Councillor Bamer. Councillor Burke.
And thanks. I just wanted to add this to the conversation, and definitely very respectful of all the speakers on both sides of this. You know, I think first of all, most of the trades people that I know are taking the 407, first of all. You know, secondly, you know, when I drive around these development sites in Peterborough and including our own projects, most of the tradespeople are from the GTA. So I don't necessarily know if this is the way to sort of get people locally into these projects by approving projects like this. But you know, you have to think about the idea of what growth to this extent will bring that we're not ready for. And you talk about East City, you know, my butcher is in the East City, in the plaza across from Mark Street. So it's like, you ask yourself, what does the owner of that property do when something like this passes? Because tonight we're setting a precedent for future development to come. And, you know, people can say that this will bring people to those businesses, but another thing could happen where the guy who owns the plaza with those mom and pop businesses that were described, in characterizing East City, the person that owns that plaza might say, well, listen, I can build a 20-story building, you know, and what happens is that the people that have had their roots here end up getting pushed out and are in the same position that we're starting with here, where they're looking for rent, they're looking for affordable commercial space, and they keep getting boxed out. And, you know, I saw when Ashburnham bought the building where my studio is, the Commerce Building, one of the great things Paul and a few artists did is they got a city planner to come from Toronto. And she spoke about a neighborhood that I lived in on Queen Street by Trinity Bellwoods as the example of this beautiful mix of like mom and pop owned businesses. And if you look at the history of Peterborough, one of the things that killed the downtown was the implementation of the big box stores at the edge of the city. And you can argue that that brought prosperity and that was part of an economic development to boost the city. But what I noticed is that it sort of killed the character and these businesses that were uniquely part of Peterborough that had been here for a long time. Title's Bookstore. What does Title's Bookstore do when you get chapters on Lansdowne? You know, and it goes on and on. And the thing that this planner said that stuck with me is that the biggest thing that kills this diversity in cities like ours and in neighborhoods like the one I described in Toronto is when you have a consolidation of commercial landlords in one spot. Because it just creates this market that's so unique that not everyone can fit into that. And so, yes, this will meet a housing need that we have in the city, but it won't meet that for everybody, right? And I worry about what's going to happen to come by us just blindly supporting these projects. Not that this is a bad project. This isn't an inherently bad project, but it lacks the sort of communication and connection and substance to the community that it's going into. And for me, that is important. You know, maybe to the developer, it's not important. Maybe to the planners, it's not important. Maybe if it's not in your ward, it's not important, but it's important to me. And those things that I mentioned are the reasons why I can't support this. Could I support a project that worked with the community and was a little bit of a smaller scale to fit in with the other buildings, commercial front-facing buildings on Hunter Street? 100%. But to me, this just tipped the scales with the 17-story. I think it's going to stand out, and you know, I wish it wasn't like door number 1 or door number 2. You know, and when I met with Mr. Sofer, you know, my plea to him was can you go back to the neighborhood and can you guys meet in the middle? And so I wish that something like that could happen, but it's not. And because I'm put in a position now where I'm either supportive of this or not, I'm going to have to not support this. That doesn't mean I don't support densification. That doesn't mean I don't support change. I just don't support it in this case, in this way.
Thank you, Councillor Burke. We have Mayor Leal and then Councillor Duguay. Mayor Leal, you have the floor.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. I'll finish. I came across the other day a great quote from President Kennedy. He said, "The Chinese used 2 brush strokes to write the word crisis. One brush stroke stands for danger. The other brush stroke stands for opportunity. In a crisis, be aware of the danger, but recognize the opportunity. I said we have a generational crisis when it comes to housing. The danger here is that if we ignore our official plan, we ignore our zoning bylaw, we ignore provincial policies, and the end result is we find ourselves at the Ontario Land Tribunal. Interesting enough, the last couple of days, I've taken the opportunity to read decisions both from the Ontario Municipal Board and from the Ontario Land Tribunal. And there is a real trend in their decisions. The OLT has years of experience in determining when a development has been rejected for political considerations rather than for planning considerations. So that is the danger on an application like this. The opportunity presents itself, as I said in my earlier remarks, the real opportunity to build another one of the rungs in our housing ladder right here in Peterborough. And if anybody doesn't think how the Ontario Land Tribunal is making decisions, one should read the decision that they made on Armour Road a number of years ago, when the City Council of the day rejected planning advice here in the City of Peterborough, and it ended up at the OLT. Interesting enough, Councillor Duguay was one of the people that testified during that tribunal hearing, as he was in a private planner at that time. And they really, when they made their final decision, they really took a swing at politicians that don't abide by planning recommendations that are made by their respective municipal planners.
Thank you, Mayor Leal. Councillor Duguay, please.
Madam Chair, I would like to put the question or call the question, please.
Okay, thank you. So we will put the question, please. That's not debatable. If the clerks could load the vote, please. And that is carried. Thank you. So we are back to the main motion. Moved by Councillor Beamer. If the clerk could load that up, please. Okay, let's vote. And that is carried 7-4. And before I do hand back the chair position to Councillor Beamer, I do also want to thank everyone this evening for mostly really fantastic decorum. It was a much better meeting than a previous planning meeting, and the respect in the room is very, very much appreciated. And I thank everyone for, I know it was heartfelt, and we do appreciate all of the points of view and respect. Thank you very much, and I will send the chair back to Councillor Beamer. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pennell. Great job tonight. Really well done. All right, our last item, 13E, updated citywide development charges. Mayor Leal.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. I'm just looking for my page. But basically, thanks very much for being helpful, Mr. Chair. I'll move the recommendations, and certainly the meeting we had at AMO with the Finance Minister Peter Bethlenfalvy and the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, we certainly indicated to the Finance Minister, consistent with what they've been talking about development charges, that we in the city of Peterborough would put a moratorium on the CPI increase for development charges here in Peterborough for the next year and then the 4 years beyond that. And this is, I believe, an important signal because it does match the housing pledge of the Government of Ontario, the 1.5 million homes by 2031. And of course, our allocation is 4,700 new homes by 2031. Well, we don't have the fiscal capacity to outright reduce development charges by half or eliminate development charges. I think this is a very important signal to the development community that we do want to give them a break. And of course, we'll be waiting the delivery of the federal budget in the not too distant future because Mr. Carney on the campaign trail certainly made a pledge about dealing with development charges or reducing development charges. So we'll wait to see what the federal budget says on that area. But I think this is an action, an initiative that we can take at this time.
Thank you, Mayor Little. So do we have that wording or is it? Oh, gotcha. Silly me. Okay, moved by Mayor Little. Any comments or questions? All right, we'll take a vote. Sounds good. So, yeah, it's all in there. And that is carried. Motion to adjourn, moved by, oh, no, okay. Oh, yeah, recess. Okay, Councillor Burke.
Yeah, sorry, I'm really sorry. I know we've been here a long
Yep.
time. For other business, can I ask a suggestion? Is there any way, because we have our council break in our schedule, is there any way to have the rest of the general committee be on the Tuesday because of Labor Day? And then have the council meeting the following Monday that we have off? Oh,
So you away that?
Well, I'm away. That's the Mayor's Invitational Golf Tournament. We're raising money for Peterborough Regional Healthcare Center. A number of us are tied up there.
It's a good idea. I'm going to throw out another idea, and if this does not go through, then we'll do some email polling tomorrow. But it has to be unanimous, of course. And I know a lot of us work. An early start on September 3rd. That's Tuesday. So Tuesday night is the council meeting. We'll have an early start for all this, and then it goes into the council meeting. So it'd be a general committee meeting starting at what, 2? Like, so let's just go around. Councillor, can you do that sort of a longer meeting on the 3rd, starting at around 1 or 2? September 2nd? Yeah, that's a good point. We may, but are you good for that day? Councillor Baldwin, are you good for that day? Okay, Councillor DeGay? It has to be unanimous.
Tuesday the 2nd?
Tuesday the 2nd, 1 o'clock start, general committee, and then council. Councillor Purnell, can you make that happen?
Yes, I'll sell my concert tickets.
Oh, sorry. Councillor Chika, can you make that happen? Has to be unanimous.
It's back to school.
Okay, listen, is that, okay, so that's, no, Joy, that's a fair point. So we won't do that day because it is back to school for people with kids. Councillor Burke?
is there any way to have the rest of this general committee on the Tuesday and then reschedule the council meeting?
Yeah, we'll look at that. We'll look at all those options.
That will give us some more lead time
Yep.
to figure the final council meeting date.
So the staff will look at those options tomorrow, but the Tuesday meeting we will not do the daytime portion. We won't. Back to school, so not everyone can do it. Yeah. Motion to adjourn? Recess? Oh yeah, it's just a. So we're in recess. We'll reconvene at the appropriate time. Thank you, staff, for a very long evening. Great job. So motion to recess. We'll take a vote.
Recess. I'll get back. I'll see you downstairs, Gary.
That is carried. Thanks, everyone. Thank you, staff.